Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. I will get the music started in just a few moments. Actually, I hadn't decided which set I want, but it's probably going to be one of the Eurobeat sets. I'm a little low energy today, and I think that should help. Actually, bear with me a second, folks. I've got a good one, I'm sure. Let's go for this one. A little bit of kickoff. There we go. And now I've got it coming through my ears properly. So yeah, there we go. We've got some music going. Welcome in, everyone. Today is a satisfactory day. Um, I'll show you what I'm thinking about, what I need to be making, and you'll see why we need to actually make an entirely new thing for it. Without further ado, let's get started. Uh, Back to here. Since Satisfactory was the last thing played on the stream, we should be good. It should just immediately pull up on both of the necessary things. So I don't have to worry about anything else, which is excellent. That said, how is everyone in chat today? Uh, uh, There we go. Oh, I'm also trying a new mod out for the first time today. Another one of the ones Train has been using that basically says load your jetpack with fuel once and then you never have to worry about loading it with fuel again. Mostly because I'm, yeah, I don't want to have to waste the inventory slot on fuel if I can help it at this point. So we'll see how that plays out. I might need to quit out, turn it, and uninstall it, or whatever the case may end up being, and we'll see. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, that's considerable. And yeah, you do get more thrust. That's that's wonderful. Oh, I love it. I love it. So here's the reason why we're out here. And buttons, you'll probably find the area familiar. I'm near the stomping grounds of where you're building aluminum. At least I'm pretty sure this is around the area where you're building aluminum. Oh, up here probably? No, that doesn't seem quite. Actually, yeah. Okay. So I'm not quite in the same area. And now that you mention it, I do need the quartz crystal. So that means we're going to be moving the train up there. That's fine. Hawk, hello. Welcome in, friend. Welcome, welcome. Buttons has just pointed out that I misremembered where the action. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I don't need a ton of supplies, so that's fine. Yeah. Thank you, Hawk. Okay, we gotta relocate that then. So over there. Oh, that's fine. So that radar tower is gonna go down for a little bit, but I'll be able to bring it back up once I string over to the nearby coal. I'll just take a trip out that way. But the reason I am doing this is actually fairly simple. I need to. I don't really have a choice in the matter. Because I want the reward you get for completing phase 4. And well, it takes a lot of materials, as you can see. Like a metric butt ton of materials. And unfortunately, those materials are not easy to come by. Well, they take forever to make because you can't handcraft. There's an entire chunk of them you're not allowed to handcraft. Game says no. So that's why I'm coming out this way. So I can fix that problem. I am, however, going to wait until the train pulls in here to actually to start breaking down this train station, because I kind of need to. You'll all see why in a little bit. I got this train already working, but if I'm going to have to expand it, which it looks like I am, because I'm not bridging this gap on foot, if I can help it. It's a little far. Especially to, like, drag belts along. It's not worth. If anything... Oh, does that mean I'm better off redoing that thing in its entirety? No, I'm going to stick with my guns here. Yeah, I'm going to stick with my guns here. Speaking of which, where is Heaven Train? I don't see Heaven Train on the map. Did I happen to leave Heaven Train back somewhere? Oh no, there's Heaven Train. It's coming. We're good. I'm just being a little bit impatient. I know I'm going way out of my way here. I could have probably just run another one along the same line as, say, the Buttons train or any of the other ones. But I was getting tired of ones going to the shopping center. And I wanted another one nearby going along to train station. I figured this would be nicer. And this works pretty cleanly too. I'll just have one more turn to make, but that's not a big deal. I can certainly handle that. Also means I might end up wanting to move that radio tower a little closer. Because I can move it, I can actually have it on the train platform. And it'll still pick up everything I wanted to pick up. Just not the stuff on that edge, but I'm okay with that, I think. But yeah, so the big reason for why I'm about to go on this bit of insanity is the modular engines, the adaptive control units. Thank you, Sai. The versatile frameworks and the pressure conversion cubes all need to be made. Actually, pressure conversion cubes you can handcraft, but the other ones all have to be done within an actual machine. So that'll be the easiest one, I think, of the bunch. So what I'm gonna do in the end is something actually fairly simple. I'm planning specifically. Let me just turn off self-driving. I'm planning to specifically make a manufacturing center for the stuff, for all of the things I don't have or I've got producing, or like quasi automated slowly, and then just ship them back to main base where I can have everything going into the space elevator. Because I don't mind that stuff taking a little bit longer, but this stuff taking longer is proving to be a royal annoyance. And I'm not here for that. So, unfortunately, I misjudged the location. So I need to take out a bunch of material and just extend this rail line, but this won't be too bad. Rail lines aren't awful. I've gotten used to building them. How are all of you, by the way? Da, 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 da. Yeah, energy good. Um, that's a slight problem. No, it's not a problem. Don't have enough room in your inventory to do a thing? Do it this way. Actually break down the critters into proteins and all of that good stuff, and reduce the amount of those things you end up carrying. This way it'll give me a few more slots in inventory to play with. Do. So once this process is done, I'll finish breaking down the excess platform, and then we're going to continue our way out. But if anything, this did help because it let me figure out a decent spot for a radar tower, and it actually netted me a couple more hard drives in the meanwhile. I just kind of happened upon them when I was doing my explorative bits and bobs. Also, thinking on it, we're gonna scan this hard drive because that also needs to be done. Oh, that's obnoxious. That was a lot of concrete in that patch. Oh my. Good enough. Good enough. Right, so my goal's up there. So I've got to go past the radar tower and then turn. Oh, and that means power for the radar tower can probably be provided. Oh, that's handy. Okay, cool. This will be useful in future. Now I'm thinking about it a little bit. Because I do also need to deal in nuclear power at some point. And I'm considering I might come back over to this spot to do the nuclear power itself. Because there's a plenty of the resources that would be necessary over here. And then I can just kind of cart the uranium over. And it wouldn't be too bad. It's going to be a relatively short run, and that makes me feel a little bit safer. But I'm not worrying about nuclear right at the moment. I'm got enough power for everything. And so I'm not going to go too crazy with with it all. That's going to be a problem. I do not like that unevenness. I know most of us here are not straight, but I appreciate straight rail tracks, or at least mostly straight rail tracks. When they get a little bendy, it gets a little bit annoying when you're like riding the train. You know what I mean? That doesn't look right. Non-top, hello, hello. Welcome in, friendo. Welcome in. How are you tonight? Feel with me. It's real and true. Oh, and you know what's good? I actually have a landmark for this. I can see the radar tower. This will make my life a little bit easier. I won't have to be constantly checking my map. Oh, I like that. That is wonderful. How are you doing tonight, Nondop? I hope everything is going well. Do, 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 do. Ah, nifty. Nifty, nifty. First, it's your mind at all. You're not alone. More concrete, all the concrete. But that's why I've got the logistic drones. I love these drones. They're so good. And you can see, even though they've got to go a pretty long distance to get the concrete, they're pretty fast at this point. You know, I've not seen any of the borrow trauma game stuff that Blaze has been up to. Admittedly, things are going, things are reasonably well. Things are reasonably well. Um, I do have an idea percolating in my head, by the way, folks, that I'm curious what you would think about it. Give me 1 second and I will bring it up. I'm just trying to do this from a distance is a little bit awkward, but it's helpful, which is why I'm being a little bit picky. There we go. Sort of a toaster fire. Oh no. Oh no. Not a toaster fire. So, an idea was suggested to me earlier today by somebody close to me. And I approached Cade, who might also be interested in the concept. Here's the idea. A series of streams, like every once in a while, or like maybe once every other week, or whatever the timing whatever the timing appropriate timing would be for it, because it would require a little more prep work than my usual stuffs. Discussing various theological aspects and like how did we get to them? How do we deal with some, especially some of the more thorny and more difficult to handle ones? So this wouldn't be for everyone, I understand, if some folks wouldn't be interested. But our goal would be calm, collected, debates and interesting conversations about this for anyone who might be interested in the subject matters. It's an idea we're both playing around with at the moment. No, like firm plans yet, but something that might be coming through down the pipe work eventually. Yay! Yeah. To put it into perspective for folks, and in case some folks might be a little bit on the, like, a little unsure, I have actual schooling for the religious side of a lot of that in Earthworld. Cade, who is a firm atheist, as folks who've watched him would know, has a lot of the viewing points and logic stances and all of that from the other side. So we'd be able to come, like, both approach it from a nuanced perspective and different perspectives. But we've had similar conversations just between the two of us that have always been calm, always been about, let's learn, let's teach each other, let's ask questions and approach things in a way that, might change one of our minds eventually. But always in a appropriate sort of manner, if you know what I mean. Always in a friendly sort of manner, which I know isn't can be quite difficult with those topics sometimes. So yeah, we don't know, no real sense for the exact for timing on that yet or anything. We got to figure out a whole bunch of stuff, and they wouldn't be too terribly frequent at first, because actually having the material ready is a little will take a bit more work than the streams you're used to seeing here, where I can just kind of pull stuff out of my head. Over this way. So if I go, I need to clear that. I might be climbing again. We'll see. Okay. So yeah, keep an eye out. That may be coming in sometime in the not so distant future. Ten minutes goes fast, doesn't it? Okay. Tell me, do we have something good this time around? How's my luck on the hard drive? Oh, no, that's kind of. I hate that. Although, coke steel ingots, that's maybe not awful. Now that I'm looking at it, that's not an awful recipe. Yeah, it's been a pretty decent. It's been a pretty good day, restful day. That's heavy oil residue. So it would give me something to use the heavy oil residue for, to let me take it and iron ore and make a lot of steel per minute. That's a major thing. Uh, Asai, if you remind me if you happen to know the answer on this. Plutonium is the one that's super radioactive and you can't and impossible to waste. Uranium is the one that is less radioactive and you can actually find ways to get rid of the waste product. Am I remembering correctly? Plutonium is the one you can sink. Okay. So that would mean this is a potentially decent one. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Okay, so the plutonium is the one you can sink. Okay. Uranium is insanely hard to control. Got it. I wouldn't want this particular recipe anyway because it uses beacons. It's one of the old recipes, one of the real stupid ones. So kind of my thought process is down between these two. I'll admit I'm a little more inclined towards the coke steel ingots. In real life. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, let me see something. So it would be 100 instead of 60 a minute? Yeah, pressure cube isn't fun. That's true. Oh, ads kicking off in a few minutes. Okay, well, you have a whatchamacallit at least, a subscription, so you'll be able to stick through this no issue. What do you think is the better alternative to pick up here? The coke steel ingot or the fuel unit? Wait, actually, before I do that. Oh, that is a terrible recipe. The base recipe for the plutonium fuel rod? Oh, that's awful. Heat sinks, electromagnetic control rods, steel beams, and the plutonium cells? That is abysmal. So effectively, you either can make your fuel rods faster and in a smaller machine, but it takes pressure conversion cubes, which are not fun to make. Although not impossible. I am producing them back in at the aluminum plant. Pluto would get synced, so either steel or Pluto. I think I'm gonna go for the coke steel ingot then, because that's a little more helpful now. Since the petroleum coke isn't that bad, it's since it's made off of the waste product, and there's not gonna be it won't be too bad to like make enough petroleum coke, and then I'll see if that one shows up again. Because better steel production is, I think, the more valuable trick here. As it stands, I'm using the foundry recipe. The base found the second the other alternative foundry, the iron ingot one, which is not a bad recipe by any stretch of the imagination, but 100 a minute is real tempting from a limited space in factory standpoint. Oh, that's an interesting dilemma. I gotta climb eventually anyway, and I should be able to climb enough to get past that. Hmm. This should be fine. This should be absolutely fine. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right for a pair of games starting about noon and not done for until 6:30. How'd those matches go, by the way? Did you do well? Was there like part of an official tournament or just playing for fun, for funsies this time around? Because I know you've done tournaments. I mean, 50-50 is not isn't awful as win rates go. Beginner tournament? Okay. That's where I wanted to go over. I want to be closer to the center of that lake instead of over here. That makes sense, yeah. That makes perfect sense. Okay. So I'm going to have to take this out. Go only a little out now. And then start trying this curve off out. This, yeah. I need a little more distance here. Let's try there. First game by 8 points. That's disappointing. That is disappointing. Was it just that your opponent's army was a much better, a much like a bad matchup for yours? Or were you dealing with something else entirely on that one? Because I know from Magic, from like Magic tournaments, that you can sometimes just get those matchups that your deck is not going to be able to handle, and there's no two ways around that. You're going to have to deal with it. So I imagine the same thing is possible with 40k. Oh my, the cats, insistent cats, got their job done. Ah, I see, I see. Okay. I like that. That looks good. Da, da, da. Yeah, sounds like a bad matchup more than anything else. I mean, those happen. I love that. That looks so much better. I'm not sure how far away that is, or if I'm going to be able to clear that portion of stuff. I kind of doubt it based on the map. So I think I have to climb a little bit. Which means I probably do it in advance. Just being on the smart side. There we go. So, and this time I can just use the simpler ramps. I don't need to go crazy like I did on the other ramp setup. You'll get to see more of this train line in a little bit. Once I'm done, I will write it back just to make sure it's working properly. And you'll be able to see kind of how I decided to route this one. I'm fairly content with the routing I took. That's good at least. I'm glad. I'm glad you were able to pull that off. Maybe I didn't have to climb again. Maybe I was fine on the level I was at. Oh, hard to tell. I'm gonna have to go way back if I'm wrong. I'm close. Um, there we go. Grab more concrete. Or should I say have more concrete delivered to me? Seriously, I love this particular mod so much. Um, wait. No, should be fine. Should be fine. I think this will work okay in the scheme of things. Because as long as it just kind of clips this platform, I see that bit of mountain up ahead, and I don't think that should be a problem. Because I think that's past the distance I need to worry about. And even if it's not, I think I have, because of where I've got my train tracks going down, I think any amount of clippage will be fine. I'll know soon enough. No, we'll be okay. Cool. All I can say is it's a darn good thing that none of the pieces that are being made out this way are important. They're just something I want. Because if they were something important, this would become utterly painful. This is a long train line. And that's my target goal. 2 shots. Yeah, you definitely got bailed out by the RNG there. But in all honesty, that's half the fun of things like that, isn't it? Fighting against the RNG. Okay. Uh, this is probably an okay spot. Oh no. At least I think this is an okay spot. I mean, hey, that's the nature of dice-based games. Yeah. Yeah, and this is the location for the train station. This isn't necessarily where the base will be. I can move the base over a little bit and just kind of have a pathway for the materials to go down before they can get over to the base, to the station, the finished products. So, yeah, this should be fine. I'm just deciding if I want to go out a little bit more or if I want to just make this the final point. Because I could make this the final point. If I pop down now, it's going to hit that. Yeah. It's going to hit that little plateau down there. And I think I might want to try to avoid that plateau. So I'll go out like a little bit further and see if that is enough. This might be the furthest I go out. Oh, yeah. Oh, that might be too far out. Let's see. Because I don't want to go into the water with this. I want to be on the beach itself. So I'm going to just chip away a piece at a time. Considering everything, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. Yeah, okay. We'll go there. So rebuilding the station now. And this also isn't a terrible location to get power back to that. Actually, the radar tower is even more valuable over here. I think because the other radar tower is here. That should be decent overlock. That should be a decent amount of that's what I'm looking for. Overlap. There we go. That should be a little bit better. I see. I see. So you pulled out the jank army. Also, hey there, Nami. I hear ya.
You heard nothing.
Oh no, I heard your voice.
You heard nothing. I'm super stealth. You can't even see me on screen.
I know I can't see you on screen, but I heard your voice. I was like, hold on, I hear a voice in my ears. What's going on here? Is that a Nami trying to sneak in? It's a Nami trying to sneak in.
You heard nothing. I was playing with a ball of yarn.
My sense of hearing is more sensitive than you think, friend.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Meow 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Anyway, how are you, friend?
Just going out soon, but I wanted to pop my head in here and see how long I can super stealth it, and then I meowed a little bit.
Yes, exactly. You meowed a little bit, and that was enough for me to figure out where you were.
I did a whisper meow even. I did a super silent meow.
My hearing is dumb sensitive sometimes.
Hmm. I'm going to the fair with my mom tonight.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
I'm just getting ready and popped in.
Woot woot.
Plus, I didn't want to completely join in and leave without making a noise.
Fair enough. 3, 4, 5. Small little train. This doesn't have to have much, because it's only going to be carrying 4 finished products on it.
What did
Possibly
you get?
only
Quick
3
wire done?
even. Hmm?
Did you get the quick wire done?
Did I get what done?
Quick wire.
Yeah. I finished out the quick-wire stuff.
That's what you're working on.
I got the
What you're
stuff I
working
was
on.
building it for done as well, for that matter.
Mm. So then what are you working on now then?
I'm working on enhancements for the stuff for the space elevator because I want a planetary employee of the year. I want the mug, but it's going to require quite a bit more time, like frankly ridiculous amount of time to make everything I need for it. I should have kept those machines going as I was doing other stuff. So instead, I have to go about it from this route, which is not an awful thing, all things considered. I can handle this.
Okay.
But that's why my little to automate note says phase 4 stuff as opposed to um, turbo motors and all those sorts of things.
Mm. How's buttons?
Hmm?
How's buttons?
There we go.
Buttons has returned, right?
Oh yeah, Buttons is home.
How's buttons?
Buttons is in chat. Buttons is doing, as far as I can tell, fairly well. Having fun working on a thing.
Buttons zone satisfactory.
Nah, Buttons isn't in Satisfactory at the moment, as far as I'm aware. Maybe eventually, after like I do enough in here, they might the bug might decide to come out and give them a bit of a nibble. But for the time being, it's just me. So actually, there probably won't be very many friends popping in on, not right away anyhow. Because Train can't. Train's in the middle of moving.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. Right. I'm coming at this from the back end, which is annoying. I should probably just keep going from the other side where I actually have power.
What are all that old songs stuck in my head?
What song?
Super freak, super free.
That's a song. Oh, that's a song I haven't heard in quite some time. Wait. Hostility?
Did you forget to turn off hostility?
What? What is nearby that you're thinking can attack me? Nothing. I'm way too high for... Oh, it's one of those stupid little things? Bye. Bye. Hey, I said goodbye. There we go. It's like, what hostility? Nothing's coming after me.
Hmm.
It's the dumb bugs. It's the little bug spawner things. I'm out of concrete again. More concrete.
Shall I dodge it? Or do I want to play with something?
If you attempt to dodge it, you're going to be hit anyway. Just know that. While I wait for
Super
that to all
dodge.
arrive. Thank you. Okay. That was a response from the Cade. Takan, thank you for 5 months at tier 1. Thank you, friend. How are you tonight? I hope you are doing well.
Mm.
Oh, Nami. Oh, Nami, Nami,
I
Nami.
super dodged it all.
You know that's not true. You know that is very, very not true. You didn't super dodge anything. You are cute and adorable and
Mm.
absolutely wonderful.
My mouth.
uh,
So Ash, oh,
mm-hmm.
have you been talked ever back into doing any more plate up ever?
I have not. I have to kind of be in the mood for plate up. Because you know,
Mm-hmm.
it's a tricky one to get back into.
Well, they have a coffee shop now that you could turn. Meow.
That that uh,
Meow, meow.
that might actually be more triggering.
That might be more
That
triggering.
may be coffee shop's gonna be more triggering actually.
Why do you say that?
That's where I was working at a fucking cafe for like almost 5 years.
Felt
That
like
was
you're
the
more
last major
triggering than previous
workplace that I
coffee.
had to deal with that kind of business up until the pizzeria.
Mm.
And the
So,
and the cafe was
oh,
way, way worse by comparison in some ways.
we can have people play with anybody play. Let's see. They're having their anniversary update.
I
Free
saw a
weekend
couple
and best
downloads.
ever 50% discount for
Nifty
plate up.
enough.
Mm-hmm. To celebrate, or please announce anniversary. Ooh, a new bakery map type.
We
Coffee
do.
has been included in the base dish.
Ah, nifty sign, nifty. Yeah, it's going reasonably well here, Takan. I'm attempting to go for complete phase 4, but I need to like put a dramatic uptick in making the stuff for it, like the some of the stuff that was needed for phase 3 and the like. That's why I'm all the way out here.
I have to figure out a time if Buttons will play with me at one point.
Buttons might, yeah. But yeah, no, coffee shop I'm probably gonna avoid like the plague.
Trauma, PTSD through video games.
No, we don't want that. We don't want that. That not
We don't.
good.
We don't want PTSD through video games.
We do not want PTSD through video games. Okay, game, that was rude. How did that not connect properly?
Anything new on Planet Crafter?
Rude. No, unfortunately, nothing as of yet. I do have to go back in at some point and finish out my and do a little more token grinding. But that's honestly where I'm at. Kind of grinding out the
A lot of
tokens, and
grinding.
there's a whole lot of grinding of a couple of different things I got to do there. That is something not interesting to be done on stream for sure.
I also got to play Core Keeper sometime with that. With Buttons again. Did you play Core Keeper at all, Astral? Or was that more Buttons again?
That was more buttons. I don't have that
Hmm.
one, that particular game.
I'm not going back in Nino Kuni, which had way too many puns.
but Nino Kuni is a great game. The
I
puns
gotta
are
get back into
glorious.
Stray
I love
someday.
them.
Hmm. You still haven't finished off Stray, have you, Astral, yet either?
No, I'm gonna go back to that. That
Another
might be the
anniversary
thing I go
stream?
back to for the next anniversary. Yeah.
We had this conversation back then. I said, "Oh, is this gonna be like an anniversary stream game?" It was like, "No, no, I'm sure I'll play it before anniversary."
It gets sucked in by Satisfactory. Because so okay, I've been thinking about it a little bit, and I'm willing to consider the possibility of a 24-hour stream broken up over two 12-hour periods.
Hmm.
I
So
think that would be something I could handle and wouldn't be
I
too
believe you can do a
much of a
65-hour
problem.
stream with me.
No, 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 because I'd have to aim for weekend, and then it would need to be on a Sunday when I'm already tired, because it ain't happening on a Saturday. I need to be up too early Sunday morning.
Yeah, I technically started on Friday and ended on a Monday.
Hmm, true, but I also don't want to step on Button's toes if they want to stream on the Friday. So
You can. Your internet can't handle two streams at one time, can it?
even if our internet could, the room couldn't.
True.
No, it is a supremely bad idea.
Meow, 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 meow. I was looking into doing retro games, but I can't figure out how to get past the complications of figuring out DOSBox fully.
I mean, you don't necessarily need DOSBox. You can do there's other options out there.
Because I was
Okay.
trying to do an old Carmen San Diego game.
Oh, yeah, that there you need DOSBox. A name
I
for
got
this
one of the.
train station. I would the
Mm,
previous attempt with it, I had to redo an element of it, bring it out further. I was doing a play in Albuquerque.
Albuquerque?
Mm-hmm. You know the joke from the old Bugs Bunny cartoons, taking a
Oh,
wrong
you
turn
took a
at
wrong turn at
Albuquerque.
Albuquerque?
Yep. But I don't know if I want
Mm,
to actually do that. What do you chat? Does anybody have a good name idea for this train station, considering where we are on the map? We are very much northwest.
looks a bit like Tasmania.
Possibly. I suppose I could call this Vancouver if I really wanted to. Like go for
What?
the
Do we all
western
have to be
edge of
extreme
Canada.
polite?
Hmm.
Do we all be extreme polite here, eh?
It's tempting. You do
You,
not
you,
have a bad name there, Sai. You don't have a bad name.
yeah, you got some Tim Hortons here, who? Eh?
I am severe. I'm real tempted to just call this Vancouver.
Hmm.
Oh, but I don't know about that. Naming these train stations gets hard. Uh, what was the do it? Name it Vancouver. Okay.
You know, if you name it Vancouver, you have to put a Tim Hortons in somewhere.
I'll see if I can find something that might be able to work
Representation.
as a coffee shop.
Hmm.
Okay, there we go. And off heaven train goes. Part of why I wanted to pull a Canadian city is or a Canadian province is because, that's heaven train, which docks right next to hell train.
Hmm. Then you should have gone with Alberta.
No, no, the oil, if anything, Refinery Alpha would be renamed Alberta because that's oil land.
Hmm. I'm glad I got my tickets yesterday because I got an email today saying that the fair has been sold out of tickets.
Ah, gotcha. Let's see. Now the question
Stay up
is,
the
how do I
mountain.
want to get back up here? Oh, you know what I could do? I could do a hypertube. I'm tempted to do a hypertube elevator as opposed to stairs. That's fun, potentially. Because stairs are going to be funky. Yeah, let's do a hypertube. I'm going to need pillars underneath to actually attach the tube to, whichever one I'm going to be attaching the tube on. Come on. Do, 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 do. Okay. Oh, hopefully I have the materials for this. Okay. I'm, only sort of, kind of. This is gonna be slightly awkward. I need rotors. I need encased. I need a lot of copper sheet. Thankfully, I have drones. Drones will make this possible. And then 2 things of copper sheet. Oops. I pulled the wrong one up. Not what I meant to do. I'm gonna have another stack. I'm gonna have a second stack of encased, and I'm not gonna need that much encased. Well, for now, anyway. Who knows when I'm eventually going to actually need it?
So have you seen the
Just in case,
craziness
yeah. Exactly.
of
Just
Twitch
in
glitching?
case. Sorry, what?
Have you seen the craziness of Twitch glitching lately?
Uh, define glitching.
Meaning, like half the time your follower list and everything wasn't showing. It was this morning that was happening a lot.
They were screwing around with some stuff, I think, in relation to that, if memory serves. I know my emotes weren't showing up on one of the things I was watching earlier. Like, my entire emote thing wasn't behaving itself. While at the same time, it was behaving just fine somewhere else.
On
As
one
you
of the
do.
channels I was watching, the channel points wasn't showing up at all. I had to refresh it 3 times for it to show up.
Oh my, that's obnoxious.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey.
Alrighty, I should probably ready to get going.
Sounds good. Have a good time, friendo. No.
Mhm. And good luck with your satisfactory trains.
Thank you.
See you later. If
Yeah,
you're still on bike path.
Twitch has been kind of weird today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not entirely sure why, besides, upgrading a couple things. But they've been things been misbehaving a little bit. I don't like that. I
Meow.
want I want that to, stay centered over. I'm sure there's got to be a way to do it.
Meow.
Hee 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 hee. Meow.
How are you?
Hello. Okay, folks' stuff is not showing up. That's a slight issue. One moment. I can fix this. Nami's not the only one who couldn't get in, didn't show up. I just can't have people stealthing their way in here. That's a problem. I refuse. Probably it's just a reload Fuji deck. Let's see if that fixes it. So bear with me for a moment, folks. I may have to log out and log back in.
You may have to refresh it on OBS side as well.
Oh, refreshing OBS is going to be a royal pain in the ass.
You don't have to stop stream to do that. You know that, right?
Yeah. So no, I'm not doing that. We deal without the reactives in that case.
You don't have to get out of OBS. It's a matter of just going into the settings,
Oh,
turning it off, turning it back on.
you said within OBS or within?
Give me 30 seconds here to actually pull up my OBS.
Yeah.
I can click through it with you because otherwise I can't remember what the order is.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Uh, I don't like that
Viewer, let me grab my
either.
other computer.
I wish I could just get that as a straight connection, but I can't. Game is refusing to work with me on that one. It's gonna be a little crooked in one spot. Not a whole lot that can be done about that. Right. Okay. So plop a power pole down in the corner. Connect there. Connect there. This particular sort of a situation is the one time there is no choice. It's gonna clip unless the entrance is different. Right. The entrance does not need to be like that. The entrance can be, say, here where you can't accidentally get in it terribly. Yeah, I like that idea better.
Set that settings back up.
You figured it, you've got it. You figured it out.
No, team viewer is being a pain in my ass.
Ah, gotcha.
Go away.
Forget your
Dude,
damn auto.
because this is the downfall of using two computers. I have to remote into my other computer.
Oh, yeah, that is a downfall. Yeah, true. Um, I'm gonna fix where that is. I don't like that. I will. I would much rather do a glass wall with the entrance. This is much more my speed for how I want to have these kind of set up. It looks cleaner and neater too, in all honesty. I think it put the entrance going the wrong way though. No, stop that. Come on.
There it is. So right click on your reactive that you want to refresh.
Oh,
Bring up the properties. Scroll all the way down to the bottom and refresh cache of current page.
okay. I just did that with yours, and it's not, and it's still not showing up. I think it's a Discord kind of did a weird reboot on me at some
Then
point partway
it's
through. It might be Discord.
I was to say, then it's on Discord side. If it's
Yeah.
not
So
refreshing.
folks, you're gonna lose. Folks in chat, you're gonna lose the folks in Discord for a few moments while I shut Discord down and bring it back up. Because I think that's the only way to get this to be fixed. Whoops, no, 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 wrong one, wrong one, wrong one. Discord, 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 Discord. So please bear with me while I get this all behaving itself. Making sure Discord actually closed itself. It should have. No, it did not. So Discord close, like properly frickin' close. Again, thank you for bearing with me here. Discord is being stubborn and apparently not actually like closing down in its entirety. And thank you. Okay, now reopen. Oh dear lord, that's a lot of updates. Hi Discord. Maybe you'll start running better now that I'm fixing that stuff. Well, good to know. Alright, this is the thing I fucking hate about Discord. Reset arts. Now. Maybe it won't do it with all the channels. It's probably fine. What's showing up all of them, but it's not showing any images for them. What the heck, Discord? Oh, no, no. It was just taking a little while to load. We're good. We're good. That's never happened before. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of them. So, yeah. Well, we've got reactives back, everyone. Yep, exactly. No, that's true. I can't argue with the results. I'm glad it got fixed without having to restart anything. Well, besides Discord itself. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Nope, that's correct. Sorry. I'll believe it. I will believe it. Okay. How's that going, by the way? Excellent. Mm-hmm. I mean, Polly's a thing. Okay. Gotcha. That's better. I like that look. I mean, hey, if it works, right? I don't like that. Oh, yeah, yeah, and very much so. Very much so. Oh no. Oh no. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's hard to break the gremlin. It's hard to break that out, the gremlin. Oh, oh. Ha. I forget how far down hypertubes can go. Hmm. No, 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 like per section of hypertube. Because there's a limit. Um. Okay, please, please tell me I can continue dropping. There we go. Good. I mean, I now have infinite fuel for my jetpack, so if I fall, it's not the end of the world, but it's gonna, and I won't die because I'm at maximum health, but it's gonna hurt. I'm gonna be down to 1 health. Actually, 1 sliver of health if I do fall. I think the correct move here is to temporarily build in some scaffolding. There we go. Um, ouch. That was not good. That was unpleasant. Oh well. I need that out of the way so I can continue working. And at this point, it's time to switch to the jetpack, I think. Um, hmm. All the way down. Let's see. You know what? Screw it. Geronimo! I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this the cheeky way. It's fine. It's fine. I know what I'm doing here. Don't worry, folks. Especially now that I have unlimited fuel, so it means I'm not nearly so afraid anymore. Whoa! Holy! That was a lot of thrust there, game. Whew. Autosave was like, "You want to fly? Here, you're gonna fucking fly." And I'm like, "Not like that. Not like that, game." Okay. Okay, that's low enough. I should be fine. But it was like, "Oh dear lord, what are you doing?" Ah! Maybe eventually. Okay. Okay. Keep going up. Keep going up. This is treacherous and is only working because of the infinite fuel. Yup. Controlling this is entertaining. Because I don't have hovering capabilities. Not without power. And I can't... And even if I ran a power line down here, it wouldn't be enough. No, this is... Okay, that's actually... That should be fine. Oh. This goes... significantly further than I thought. That made life easy. Let's go to there. Because I don't want this on ground floor level. Ground floor level is going to be a problem. So now I need to consider where my actual floor is going to be. And I think it's going to be off of here. So let's see if I can get the floor to... Do I have to run a wall all the way down? I have to run a wall all the way down. More flying. Hope you folks like flying, because we're going to be doing a lot of it. At least until I can get this all the way up. There we go. This also tells me about how big this whole thing is. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Almost. I think that's about the right height for what I want to do. Maybe that. So basically the brief of it is this. I want room to actually have an underside for stuff to come in on. And so that's why I'm doing it like this. That wall will not be there going forward. If anything, if there's going to be any wall going up, it's going to be a gigantic glass window, basically. So you can see the stuff kind of going up once I have everything flowing up to the station. Unless it's smarter... That's about as far back as I can go without running into problems here. If I go up another level... No. Oh, that's actually much better. That only becomes a problem this far back? Well, I can accept that. Okay, cool. Guess I'm not having it on that level, and that means I will have to redo the hypertube bit a little bit. That's not the end of the world. But I know where my height point is now. I had to figure that out. because this is going to be the actual factory location itself, below the train station. I like building it that way, and it's actually proven to be quite helpful. I've done it a couple other spots, and it turned out to be really good. But this tells me how far back I can go before I run into problems. Okay. 4, 4. So that's 10. That's at least a 10 back. Do. Gosh, that goes far. Woo! Does that ever go far? I love it. I absolutely love it. Do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. I want at least a 10 by 10. If I can make it 10 by 10. If I can't get away with 10 by 10, I have to reconsider a little bit. Do. Oh well. It's not the end of the world. That is glorious. Thank you, game. It lets you target the hyper beam, the hyper tube thing from a fairly high distance. Or from a pretty big distance away, so it's not a huge deal. That is a much bigger annoyance, though. It's like, don't shift that little bit on me, friendo. You're not supposed to. Yep. And then means on this floor the centerpiece is going to be wrong. No, I don't care about that. Heat from fire. There we go. Ara. There you go, Sai. Okay, so let's see. I want... Here, maybe? Here, that'll work. I figured that's what you wanted. In that particular order. What is it, shouty one? Shouty kittens. Ha. Actually, no, that's a little bit dangerous, isn't it? I think better. Indeed. Rawr. No, game, no. I think that works. That should work. Oh, right, I do also need to run power down for this. Damn it. Oh, well. No, I don't. I've got this. Well, I'll need to do it anyway, but I can do it this way to get back up very quickly. Biomass burner, go! Nyom! Thank you, Hawk, for, for scratches. He. That's quite a ways up. Wow. I mean, it works. It works well enough, all things considered. We go there. We go there. Then take out the jetpack. Boom. No. There we go. This is a lot harder than it looks like, folks, to control this. There. Perfect. Perfect. Oh. Oh my. Oh, that's wonderful. I love it. I love it. Hmm. No. Go back down, you fool. Stop that. I did not want to get sucked yet. And it knew it. I'll use whatever phrasing I want. uh, I should have done it this way right from the get-go anyway. Truthfully. Oh. Oh, I see. There we go. That's better. That achieves what I wanted it to achieve. Yay, we figured it out. Okay, ground level has been established. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay, 8 wide isn't bad. I can work with 8. For the various things that need to get done, I think I can work with 8. Um, hmm. I'm going to make this also a little bit safer. So you know when you're going in here that you're going to get grabbed by the hypertube. Which means I need to redo that little section by just a little bit. I think that'll work okay. Let's see. Let's see. And now I want to bring the actual thing around. Hmm. I almost wonder for a moment how this will look. If this will look good or if this will look incredibly stupid. That's gonna look pretty stupid, I think, when I put the one on this side. Actually, that's not terrible. No, I think I can work with that. But I think it'll look even better if I do it like this. Yeah. I like that. I like that much better. Oh no. Oh, kitten, naughty kitten. Ah, I see. Hmm. Oh, this'll be perfect. This'll be perfect. You'll come in here, make your turn, and then go in there. So there's no way you accidentally get sucked up by the thing. Well, not no way. It's still possible if you're not paying attention to where you're going, but it should be a lot harder. Perfect. And the reason I'm sectioning off this little chunk is because I don't want to have to deal with hypertube holes going up through the various spots in the floor, on each floor. So I'm going to just do this now. And this should be fine. It also means I'll need to do something like this. Turn you into an one that goes between. Oh, oops, wrong one. I need a 4. Like so. And like so. It should sound familiar, Sai. This is, I believe this is a Chrono Trigger song originally, if memory serves. Oh, that's why. I didn't do a power connect somewhere. No. Oh, yeah, I didn't. That's what happened. Hmm? Oh, Wipeout? Hmm. 1 second, 1 second. You said you put something. Sorry, can you repeat what you said, Bun?
I'm gonna jump out of your chat.
Oh, yeah, no worries, no worries.
So see ya.
Yep, see ya. Da, 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 da. That's actually really pretty. I like this. I like this a lot. Oh, oh, maybe, maybe. Hmm. Hard to tell. Hard to tell. But yeah, no. I'm not falling. I refuse. Let's fall. Wee. There we go. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Okay, so what I can do here is it'll give me player in the way on the one I'm standing on, but I can do all the other ones. And then load up, land on the next level, and rinse and repeat. At least I think I should be able to do this. Ha! There we go. And then just complete that down, and I should be good to go. Step back a little bit. I think I have to go over here. Oh, this is slightly nerve-wracking, though. But it works, and that's what's important in the end. Also, yes, folks, I know I'm using an awful lot of glass here, but I get a chance to build a glass elevator. How often can you say that? Well, it's sort of a glass elevator. Oh no. That's scary. Let's go down. I see, I see. Yeah, I can understand how that might spook you into being like, nope, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. There we go, there we go. Uh, where's the actual connection point? There we are. Go up, 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 up. And then back down again. More silica, I should say. Bop. There's the timer. Enjoy this moment, by the way, folks, because it's about to go away. All 4 drones are nice. They are looking very, very nice at the moment, but I'm afraid I have to. I have to use them. I'm definitely not making new drones, because that would be not worth my time. There we go. Oh boy, this is an interesting way to build, that's for sure. Float up as high as you can on the jetpack. Target whenever you're able to target, and then just kind of go up, go up, go up, retarget. Targeting while you're moving. I see on top. I see. I see. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. There we go. 400, 600 silica. And whoop. Oh, this is actually easier. Oh, this is infinitely easier. If I just stay in place, I stay where I'm kind of going around, and then I don't lose my spacing too much. Every once in a while, I have to move, but if I don't have to move, and I can just kind of keep going up. No. The last thing I want is that. I want you. There you go. This is working surprisingly well. Boop. Actually, I'll put that back because that does deserve to be there. But that was beautiful. I love that. That was gorgeous. That was perfect. No, even better. Even better. um hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. So then I do this, I do this, connect you down. Get a much smoother connection than I had before. Because I don't actually need the floor hole if there's not holes in the floor to have to worry about if there's not actual floor there. And then I just do. Come on. You gave me the correct direction I wanted it facing a moment ago. I want it centered. Like, please, let me center it. There you go. Okay, so let's see. This is mostly making sure that putting that piece out didn't make this clip. It might, but as long as if it did, as long as it's not too bad, I'm not gonna be too. No, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Woot! Oh, that's gorgeous. Oh, oh. And to make sure that the fact that that's centered is not a problem, I just put a center door in, so the moment you approach that door, it opens and boom. There you go. There's your elevator down. Oh, that's great. I love it. I might put put a little more glass down to there, so this at least. Nah, I'll keep it like it is. I'll keep it like it is. This works. Huzzah! I've done it. Okay, cool. Next step. An excellent. Heaven Train is indeed working the way it's supposed to. Sweet. Okay, so we have power brought down to everything. let's go down there and do the other important bit of connectivity. Okay, that's a little too close. If you get thrown... Nope, 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 nope. Okay. I need the entrance to work a little differently here. Hmm. Maybe this is where I need the door then. Because it's sort of... Oh, no. And then make the door always open. No, that doesn't work either. And I'm not making this any bigger than it already is, because that's wasteful. I just have to change the pipe a little bit. Oh, duh. Okay. That's how. It goes around. Because this way, when it spits you out, you can just go straight to the door and you don't have to like try to turn around that corner. Because the corner is why I kept getting caught and sucked back up again. So this should do the trick. Don't do it that way. So this is the test. Let's see if it works the way I think it's going to work. Yum. Yep, and that literally spits you right up by the door. Yum. Bonk. What's a little blood force head trauma between friends? Oh no. That's a quote, isn't it? Oh. So instead of being a center door, it's the side door. Because I can't move it over an entire wall. What's a little blunt force head trauma between friends? Why does my brain do this? Why does my brain do this? Oh, right, because it's my brain, and it likes to do it that way. Gremlin, exactly. Okay, now, next step is going to be probably to replace that radar tower, in all honesty, as opposed to having to just wire up that old one again. I'm just going to replace it up top. It should be in a good spot for it. And it'll let us test to make sure that that actually functions the way we were wanting it to. Yep, that'll work. So this will be easier for actually sliding in the radar tower. And I think I want it a little bit further over this way. Because the area for that one is there. So if it's over where I am, it'll pick up some of that. It'll pick up enough of this to be fine. And I don't need it going out that far. So I figure if I put it out on this end, which probably requires me to expand this foundation a little bit, but that's not a big deal. Yeah. And then just drag this over here and connect you up. And it has the tiniest amount of overlap, and I'm perfect. I'm perfectly content with that. That works. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Boom. And actually, in all honesty, it's probably smarter to have this out one more anyway. At least where these all are, so I have a little more room to play with. So that's brighter regardless. The corner here does not necessarily have to have anything going for it. Let's keep it clean and neat. Hi, baby girl. Reconnect power that way. And then give this a roof. Roof time. Actually, I have a couple options. But I think flat roof is the way to go here. I don't necessarily have to use the other ones. Because that looks pretty good. It feels a little cramped. Nah. That'll feel a little bit better in the scheme of things. I just wish I had, glass wall sections that had diagonals to them. You don't. It doesn't exist. Yep. Yeah, I don't know why either. But this works. Okay. Yum. Let's go. Yeah, that worked. Woot. And it's a gigantic glass elevator all the way up. How to tell it's one of my buildings? Is it made? Is there like a fuck ton of glass in it? It's probably me. It's how I work in Valheim. It's apparently how I'm working here too. Honestly, thinking about it, each of us who plays the games definitely has our own building style. You can tell a Blaze build from a Takan build from one of Train's builds fairly easily. And now you've got a way to tell one of mine. Okay. Now, I need to start... You know what? Let me first... Because, spaghetti. That's true for train builds as well. Train builds are very spaghetti. But yeah, I know... I gotcha. I know what you mean, Sai. Um... I need to start bringing over materials. I need to figure out how many of these things I need to tap. No, I don't. I keep my life simple. I keep my life very, very simple. First of all, the MAM should be done. So let's pop in there, and then we'll go back out again. No, no, and what the hell is this? Instant scrap? Yeah, it just goes straight to the scrap. You don't have to deal with the liquid part. However, it takes a blender, and it requires sulfuric acid. So it takes a lot of water. You are getting 300 a minute, though, out of 150 bauxite and about 100 coal. That's an interesting recipe. Well, it's the only recipe out of these three that I'd be willing to take at all. I don't want rubber concrete. That's awful. And biocoal? 50 sulfuric, 60. I'll grab that and see. Compare them. So the scrap recipe I'm using also produces 300 a minute. But it requires about 180 alumina solution. And that alumina solution is produced at about 240. So, yeah. I mean, it's not a bad option, in all honesty. It's an interesting prospect, though. I hear you on that, Sai. I hear you on that. It makes sense. You work with and you do what you need to do. So, okay. I should have enough turbo motors. I just need to now make sure I have enough materials for... How many miners am I going to need here? That iron, that copper. So 1, 2, 3 maybe? 4, 5. So I'll grab that limestone, that coal, one of those crystals, so 3. That's a lot of, oh god, that's a lot of pure iron and pure copper. Wow. If you go a little further back, that's something else. I'm tempted to go over. No, keep those for something else. Keep those for something else. Almost makes me want to consider using a different coal. I mean, they're normal, but you can do an awful lot with a max overclock normal node when you're dealing with coal. A surprising amount of stuff. So maybe that's fine. Maybe I don't have to worry about it. But definitely grab. Here's why I'm uncertain, folks. So you can see why I'm kind of waffling about a little bit on this. The versatile framework are one of the things I need to produce. And for that, I need steel and or possibility rubber. And possibly rubber. The rubber will be annoying, although there is oil. There is definitely some oil nearish by that I can probably tap into and just drag over that way. Because this has moved me further away from Refinery Alpha. And I'm kind of hesitant to pull much more rubber from there anyway. So, that and it's not that much better. So yeah, so we need steel for this one. So iron and coal. Or iron. I've got the new steel recipe that could be pulled in instead. But that would require petroleum coke, and that's going to be a lot more annoying to get our hands on. I'll see in a moment if I think that's actually possible. So we need that. We need automated wiring. Sticking to the standard recipe unless I can easily make high-speed connectors. But I kind of hate making high-speed connectors at this point. Although I don't need a ton of them for that per recipe there. So that's not bad. That might actually be worth my time. Considering 7.5 a minute as opposed to 2.5 a minute. Although that's assemblers, the difference of assemblers versus manufacturers. Manufacturers are a much bigger pain in the butt to deal with. I probably stick with the standard recipe, stator or cable. And that either means dragon quick wire, which there are some Caterium nodes I can grab, so that's not an issue. And I need the automated wiring for the adaptive control unit, which does require computer stuff. I have to tap quartz regardless. And I'd be using the alternate that would mean I have to start making those. So more steel, a fair chunk of steel actually, considering the heavy modulars are sort of obnoxious. Where is my friend? I know I'm also going to need motors. That goes without saying for the modular engines. And that means smart plating as well. Oich. There's crystal oscillators. Reinforced plate, which probably I'm having to produce anyway. Yeah, I'm having to produce it regardless for the smart plating, so that's fine. And again, looking to stick to low level to smaller building recipes whenever I can possibly get away with it. So that's the heavies. Modulars require rubber. I've got to get rubber anyway. What I may as well do then is make rubber the old fashioned way off of the oil, and then convert the waste that comes off of this into petroleum coke, because the petroleum coke recipe for the steel is wicked fast, wicked fast, and is going to mean a much more compact factory. Okay, that's the adaptives. I'm specifically focusing on what I need to make, say, things like the adaptive control units, because I'm not going to be putting together the assembly director systems here. That's not quite worth my time. I can run that at main base, because I'm not going to go crazy with those things. So I need to focus on the stuff for the modular engine, for the adaptive control unit, for the versatile frames, because the versatiles are what goes into the magnetic field generators here. The reason I'm kind of taking stock of what I might need is because I'm considering how many Mark III miners do I need to drop down. Although that said, I do have my drones, so I can just kind of make stuff wherever. I can get them to just bring me more of the fused, so that's not a huge deal. Yeah, it should be fine. It should be fine. But and since these are from scratch, I'm going to want to go out with with as many of these as I can get away with. Oh, right. As long as I have the mod, I can get you out of my inventory. Get out of the inventory. 7, 8. So if I can just find room for one more thing. 9. This will let me do 3 right from the get-go. And then I just have to drop an equipment workshop down to deal with the rest. So, okay. Let's head over to quartz and limestone, because I know those are the spots I'm going to be grabbing quartz and limestone from. I am not grabbing this one here. That's normal. I want the pure, because with the pure I can just have one belt and probably have sufficient concrete coming in, or sufficient stuff to make concrete. I'm not too worried about the concrete totals. 1 quartz double belted should be more than enough. And then I can always hook in another one if I find I need it. And while I'm tempted to try to nab one of these coppers, I wonder if I can get away with just a single normal copper node. I'm not using that much copper, am I? The Caterium probably comes from that one because pure. Okay. So let's head over to the quartz first. And I'm going to be stringing power along as we go. It looks like I want to build the factory floor out from here now that I think on it. Because then it means I don't have to drag stuff as far. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Drop, drop, drop. I need to make sure there's room in my inventory for this. Do, 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 da, da, na, 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 num. Oh, I'm being a little bit dumb. Hold on. Hold on. Of course, I don't have the modular frames. I can have another one get them. Modulars. I'm like, I need more space to carry materials. I can totally get more space to carry materials. I just need my defender drone with me. And that means I need to make sure my defender drone has enough power. I'm not sure why my defender drone isn't with me. But it's why I'm waiting on modular frames so I can put down a recharge station for it. And then call it to that station. Be like, no, come here. Excellent. There's my buddy. Yeah, it was nearby. It just was low power. And this is why I want to bring the defender drone along. It has 16 more inventory slots on it. So it actually lets you carry additional stuff. Plus, it'll get some XP as we go. So, because I'm sure I'm going to run into critters along the way, and that'll be fine. It'll get things that it can kill and level up. Hopefully, the sound effects from it won't be too loud. Its laser shots can get a little bit much. I might have to bring the sound effects down a little bit. But we'll see when the time comes to it. I'll give it extras of things. So like that. Okay, buddy, let's go. And continuing power cables as I go. Which means I probably want to work it off of this edge here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10. Figuring how far I want to actually go with this. That should be fine. And that should be fine. Okay, cool. Right, it's dumb. It just does not want to. That's fine. That's fine. You can go down like so. And I'm okay with that. Because I'm getting it to this edge point. Ow. Oh. Oh, back. Back. Please stop. I don't appreciate that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So this is probably as far out as I go, actually. With this, I don't want to... Or do I go to one long stretch of building across the river? What do you think, folks, actually? Do I build this as one long stretch across the river? Like, I might have to add... Oh, I see ads are running. I'll wait a moment before I ask the question again. It's tempting. Because that's a pretty long river. Or that's a pretty wide river, I should say. That could work. That could work. It would let me run my water extractors for various things directly below. And then I might only need like 2 floors. I wouldn't need a massive building, like taking up a ton of space in this area. Because I could go wide. Possibly. I think I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna do it. That should work out just fine. Ow. Let's go. It's gonna require metric fuck tons of concrete in the process, but that's okay. Hey, Defender Drone, where are you? I don't know where my Defender Drone ran off to. Come here. There you are. I did not realize I was carrying that much iron plate. Well, that explains why my inventory is so bloody full. I'm carrying iron plate like it's going out of style or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 slots for concrete. Okay, I think that's reasonable. Okay, folks. Now that you're all back from the ads, I have a question for all of you. For folks, what do you think would be the better look if I have this building be tall and kind of back that way a little bit and just have like a little walkway that goes across to bring all the materials back? Or if I have a long but fairly short factory that basically crosses the river? Because I could do either at this point. Now, admittedly, some of them are coming from the other side. So, like, the iron is coming from the other side. I'm probably just going to chain multiple coals together from this side of the river. And the copper is coming from this side of the river. Quartz, limestone, and caterium are coming from the side I'm going crossing over to at this point. And as well, oil. Or not so much oil, but rubber. Rubber and petroleum coke. So there'll be a fair amount of stuff that's coming on over. I mean, it doesn't hurt, does it? How much? How far across am I now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's not terrible. I usually build tall as opposed to wide. But I think maybe this time it's go wide with the building. Yeah, okay, it's go wide. So let's go. And now we're across the river, so I can dip down. Well, let's see where the quartz is in relation first. It's over that way and up a little bit. So if I run one this way, I can run the quartz along this set of foundations. Yeah, I'm right by the quartz. It's probably up there, if I had to hazard a guess. Oh, it's like literally right there. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I love that. Yes, please. That is gorgeous. We're gonna go straight to overclocking the hell out of this thing. No, actually, we're not overclocking the hell out of this thing. The smarter move, in all honesty, is to power up two of them. Since we've got two here, I may as well tap them both. Overclock them just as much as I need to get full coverage on the belt. Which is 780 parts a minute. So it's a little over it's about a little over 150%, a little over one power shard. I need two in the end, but that's not a big deal. It just makes my life a hell of a lot easier in the scheme of things. Ow. And what I can do with this is prepare for the belts down here. Oh, they're both getting overclocked. Yeah, they're both getting overclocked to about 162.5%, basically to produce 780 a minute. I'm just not overclocking the hell out of both of them, because that way there's not any weird like it's spitting out 780 for a small amount of time, and then that's then breaking off in the two belts, which gives you rough numbers. This will give me about 1560 total on with from both belts combined, but it's a guaranteed 1560. So it's a lot better of an option as options go. Is kind of my thinking on the matter here. I don't need. And then we're going to be pulling power forward. And what I'll probably do is I'll probably have a wall of materials on either side. Or I can run the other materials under, so I've got a wall of materials on one side. I like having wall of materials because then it makes it really easy to know where I've got to plug in to find something. So in this instance, I think I'm good to just go straight to one of the lifts. One. So that's center. And I need to reverse the direction. Although I don't necessarily want this centered like that. I think I want them on either edge. One sec, folks. Hi, eyes. Yes, I know. I know. I know. Oh, blast. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Thank you. I was trying to do that game. One sec. Sorry about that, folks. When my eyes get irritated, they'll tear up, and it's the tears that really irritate the shit out of my eyes. And I'm like, why? Why do you do this to me, body? What have I ever done to you to make you torture me so? Yeah, that'll work. So, I'm gonna do one thing real quick as well, because the low is killing me here. I dislike that. I can't stand that. How it's kind of fuzzying up this, because I actually use those lines is the problem, is the thing. What's causing that particular effect? Give me a sec while I try to figure this out. What's causing that particular graphics effect? Hmm. No, 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 no. Maybe it's just... It's probably just it acting weird, in all honesty. Because I like these nice, crisp, clean lines make it much easier to actually see what I'm doing. This should be better, I hope. Okay. We go up. We turn it this way because this one's going to come over a little bit differently. But I want it on the same level, more or less. And it'll just go like that. So now I just got to bring power over to these two. I had meant to do that earlier, but I completely forgot to actually do it. And we'll see if this ends up being okay from an FPS perspective, this switch over when I get back into more populated areas. But I think we should be okay. I don't think this should be an issue. But we'll find out, I suppose. Okay. Grab you. Basically, run this until until it says no, you can't stretch it any further out, and then stretch out further. There. And this way. There. Boom. Wire is too long. Where are you no longer too long? There. Yeah, this should be fine. This should work much better. There. And finally... there. Yeah, I'm trying to hook it up to a connection. Thank you, game. I'm aware. There we go. And they're mining. Crystal's starting to flow. Boom. Down, down, down. This is what I think much of today is gonna of the remnant of the stream is gonna end up being. By the way, it's gonna by out of necessity need to be just kind of acquiring the materials, the raw materials. I don't think there's any way around it. I thought I would have been able to get to this step faster, which is why I thought we'd be able to start getting the machines built. How is that too long? You are the same exact length. How is that too long? Thank you. Angle was slightly off. Ah. That shouldn't be too bad, because that's a fairly small train, all things considered. You don't need a whole I think a 5-car probably suffices you on that one. Oh yeah, that's the issue. Game keeps trying to be like, oh, you want that angled out here, right? And I'm like, no, I don't. I want these parallel and pretty. If you need to tap more of the material of any of them, because you might need to expand your aluminum production or your coal production at some point. That's the general idea. Oh, it's missing the frickin' aluminum. I see. It's like, why are you giving me grief? So maybe 4 then. 2 for aluminum, 2 for coal. That might be enough. I'm not sure though. Because they're too pure. The coals are pures if memory serves. That you have the potential to tap into. Yeah. And both of your bauxites are pure. So you can grab a hell of a lot more out of them than I can off my 2. Off the ones I'm actually pulling from, so part of it is also it just becomes a little bit easier since you're going to need 2 engines anyway to just be ready to have that 5th car as an in case. 1 engine happily pulls 4 cars. You need the engine if you want to pull a 5th or more. Is kind of the short of it. That morale from her, it's precious. I wonder why. They got their gushy, so it's not gushy. Okay, so that's where this set's gonna come from. I think my resource wall is gonna open up here. And that's gonna be as far out as I'm willing to go. Yeah, I'm gonna decide this now. This will be my resource wall. Drone, don't be pushing me. Behave. That's not right. Okay. I went too far out. Let's fix that right. There we go. So that's the crystal. Ah, Ragey, thank you for the raid. Hello, hello, raiders. Welcome in. Ben, hello, hello. How was your stream, Rage? What was it you were playing again? I'm blanking on the name. I remember you saying it earlier. Back in Pans. And Pan, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Yes, indeed. Far Cry 5. Far Cry 5. How is Far Cry 5, Reggie? I hope the rest of your stream went well. Wesley Delta 518. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Give me a few moments to get a couple of shout outs going. New Game Plus. Plus Story. Raiders, if you don't already know me, I am Astral, Cat Dragon Variety streamer. I've been doing a hell of a lot of Satisfactory recently. As you can see, I'm back in it again. I'm glad it was fun. I'm glad it was fun. What was I about to do? Or say? I don't know. My brain is getting a little scrambled, admittedly, on all of this. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tribe. If you'd like your name made known, let me know. If not, no worries. Lurking is loving after all. But yes, Rage, Pancakes, Raiders, if you need to go take care of yourselves, get yourself something to eat or drink or whatever the case may be, please do. Remember, taking care of yourself is rules number 4 through 100 here. It's that important. As for what we're up to at the moment, I am producing all of I'm looking to produce a select set of materials here for the space elevator stuff. Basically, they're previous tier space elevator materials that I now need to make these phase 4 ones. So I'm all the way out here, very far from my other base locations, from my oil, from my aluminum, which is down here, even from where the bauxite is picked up, which is over here. So I'm kind of distant from all my stuff. Ranger, gotcha. No worries, no worries. Also, folks, if pronouns matter to you, you can type !Alejo. Did I not get that? Did you not go? I could have sworn that I had pushed a shout out through. Apparently I didn't. Yeah. Obnoxious thing there. But yes, if you would like, if your pronouns matter, feel free to use that link right there. Download that extension, then I will be able to see them. Otherwise, if you don't want to deal with the extension, let me know your pronouns if they matter, and I will make sure to use the correct ones for you. In my case, use whatever you want, doesn't matter. I see, I see. Cyberblitz, hi, welcome in. Rawr, 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 rawr. Okay. The step I'm currently on is bringing over raw materials. Oh, it hasn't. Alejo hasn't updated yet. Then I still see yours as they them. Unless you weren't able to do it in Alejo. They them any? Gotcha. Gotcha, Ranger. Okay. You adjusted it. Okay, so it may take a little while to update then. So I've tapped the quartz. I need to tap that. Let's tap that one next, because that'll be the easiest. Another easy one to tap into. We'll tap the pure limestone. Meh. Also, there's apparently a crash site over here. Oh. Hello. That's the defense drone going off. If the target it's shooting at is right by you, that can get very loud. And I'm not entirely sure if there's a way to control it otherwise. Like, I don't think there's a volume knob specifically for it. And I don't want to mess with my other sounds too much. Because my effects volume's already kind of low. But I'll do that. I'll see if that helps. Oh, that's cool. Misophonia. Turn off sounds for eating, drinking, etc. And experimental. Enable directional subtitles. So if you got somebody who might be, say, deaf or has a more limited hearing range or whatever the case may be, they can still know where things are because they'll see a little sign that says growling from this direction. Audio processing issues. That's awesome. I'll help the drone out a little bit. We'll let the drone have a little bit of fun. There you go. Good drone. I want him to gain levels, so this is actually kind of helpful. This isn't opened. Oh, beautiful. Oh, that makes me happy. Oh, yes, please. This is a new hard drive. And I can very easily just drag power over this way. Open. Gib. And since I'm working my way towards... Oh, I may as well just grab one of the pure irons from here. Since I'm going to be nearby. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, that makes me happy. Yeah. I wasn't sure I'd see another hard drive so soon. Now, I'm sure I haven't caught all of them, but I've caught a lot of them. If it wasn't me, Takan and a couple of the others who went hard drive hunting. So that's why I'm always a little bit surprised when I run into more hard drives. Because I don't expect to see them. If folks are wondering why I'm as excited about them as I am. Also, for folks who might be wondering, yes, I am running a number of mods at the moment. Specifically, I am running one that gives me infinite jetpack fuel once I load it. I only need to load it up once. I'm running one that gives me personal drones that I can just send off to gather for whatever I need at any given moment in time. There's at least one or two others that have been proven themselves to be incredibly helpful. Okay, there's the limestone. Is the iron in the same general area? Like, same general plane? There it is. Okay. Good enough. So, we'll tap iron first. And then we'll tap the next one. That'll work well. Also, explode. I have zero patience for these things right now. They boom. I love my explosive rebar ammunition. It's so good. uh, I'll grab that limestone. That'll be easier to grab. Okay, so I need to mine away the piece on top of here. Oh, and if I've got two of these, I can do the same double line thing again. Yeah, we have them unlocked. You just need to make some. Exactly. There we go. If anybody from Rage Guy Raid has any questions about what I'm up to, feel free to ask. I am very far into the game, so what I'm doing might seem a little bit odd at first, or I might just kind of be blitzing through stuff because I know things well by this point. So if there's anyone with any questions or has any curiosities or whatnot, feel free to ask. I will do my best to answer them. Boom. Go away, autosave. There we go. That autosave lag, that autosave lagged a bit longer than I would have liked it to. That makes me nervous. I'm going to make sure I get a manual save in here as well. There we go. Yep, exactly. I thought it appropriate. I thought it very, very appropriate to name it that. Fuse modulars. And this here, situations like this are one of the big reasons why I can't go back to vanilla satisfactory, or not easily. Because the ability to just send a drone out to go grab the thing I need and bring it back is so helpful. It means I don't have to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I just have to wait a little bit for it to go grab the thing and come back with it. And I honestly don't mind doing that. That's not terrible. Okay, so the drones themselves, copper sheet, rotors, and modular frames. That's it. They are super easy. They don't take a heck of a lot of each either. The personal drone takes a lot of the rotors and the copper sheet, or the defender, but that's because, oh yeah, okay, excellent, but that's because you can only have the one. You can see its station is about the cost of putting down another personal drone, which I might actually want to house a 5th personal drone. I'm just not sure what I'd name it, or if I'd have the space where I have them living in my place. So I kind of have to figure that out. Also, I need to figure out how I'm bringing this stuff over to there. I'm considering just going down from here and across and then just popping up. That might be the wiser course. Hold on. I have the solution. Okay. The solution, I think, in this case is see where that's going over to. It's about roughly over there. That's fine. I can go all the way down to the ground. That's not a big deal. Actually, make sure I've got the correct direction for everything. I mean, you're not wrong. I'm looking to try to do things in the neatest way I can. And this is gonna let me do that. So that's why I'm being a little bit picky on top, that's all. Go like 1 or 2 over, I think. I mean, technically speaking, you could. It'll be slower, though. And you need to get your aluminum online. Hold on. Yeah, you need to get your aluminum online properly before that's even possible, because you'd need a lot of batteries. Because here's the inherent downside of the game's built-in drones. I'm not talking these personal logistics ones that came from the mod, because they're considerably easier to use, but you'd be having to constantly tell them, go get a stack of this ore. If you want to use the game's drones, you can tell them to go from build a drone station near where all the ore generation is, but they have like 9 slots in their inventory by comparison to the trains, which have a hell of a lot more. And that's why it's a little bit difficult of a thing to suggest. You know, that's dumb. Yeah, trains really are forever optimal in most situations, I'm finding. I mean, I built a drone station, a drone platform. I've yet to build a second one to actually connect them up, because I've yet to find a way to make that actually viable. ultimately. Let's climb a little bit with this. Oh, for the local stuff? To like bring stuff to you when you need for the buildings, or like within, say, local to from, so you don't have belts connecting. You're using the drones instead. Okay, okay, gotcha. Could work. That could actually, that has some potential. Yeah, I'm gonna climb up a little bit to make this a little easier, so I can just kind of get it going on the line and kind of run with it from there. That has a direct drop down. That has a close enough drop down. This should be okay. I might just need to run off here. But this should be fine. Oh, might be fast enough. Maybe. I don't know how fast the drones go. That's the only reason why I'm not sure about how well that would work. Well, I don't care about that. Uh, so it means possibly, yeah, possibly. I'm going to rebuild this friendo going that direction. The reason I'm building two, technically speaking, if I wanted to, I could totally just overclock the hell out of one of these for folks who aren't in the know. But if I do that, I actually run into problems, potential problems, as far as like their ability to really pull out all 1200 from a max overclock on these. This way, however, they're going to spit out exactly what my current belts are capable of carrying. And so I don't have to worry about anything. Let's sword this, so I don't have to waste any ammo. And I'll tap this pure limestone up here. Because I think I only need one limestone node, and I only need it at the 780. I don't need it at anything more than that. Oh, no, no. Let's not, please. I think that's correct. I'll know in a moment. And this is a controlled fall. No, no. Okay, fine. If you're gonna be like that, I'm gonna just temporarily drop a belt down. That belt is not important. It'll tell that to stop being an idiot. Yeah, that's exactly fine. That works. Climb. Oh, I'm absolutely loving this mod. This one is real. The jetpack mod is really good. I'm glad I decided to give this one a try. Okay, what do I need now for you? Oh, cool. I have exactly what I need for that. Okay. And then go this way. Extend another line out from the power node. Yes. Get good rest. Or however, whatever you need at the Mohan. Do, 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 do. There we go. There we are. Okay, and power you on. 1, 2. This is something a lot of folks don't know that is possible to do. You can dial in a specific speed for your overclocks if you know the speed you want, or you can dial in a specific amount you want it to produce, so you don't have any overproduction. It's one of the nicer things that the game does. Basically, what I'm trying to do here, folks, in case it's not quite clear to everyone, is I'm trying to avoid as many belts on that aren't on a foundation. Because if a belt is on a foundation, I have a much easier time like making sure that it looks neat. Because I have my guidelines and whatnot, and there'll be snap points I can utilize. If it's not on a foundation, all bets are off. So that's why I'm being a little bit more picky than you might imagine is intelligent. That clears that rock, so this should be a good spot for this piece to go off. And that means I'm going to have 2 more coming in on curves. But the nice thing is I should be able to figure out kind of where... Yeah, actually, I know exactly where they are going to need to be. I think I don't want you, or you. I want you. I'll see if this is right. I'm pretty sure it is. Bonk. That'll work. Okay, cool. Boom, boom, down we go, nice and slow. And this is going to be the shortest of the turns. That's not right. 1. So 1, 2. And now we'll see if it actually drew straight. Nope, you went on a fucking diagonal like I suspected you might do. This happens with them. It can be hard to get this perfect on the first attempt. But it matters to me. There we go. And this will let me put down the second one of these without the game getting stupid. Being like, oh, you want this? It's like, no. No, I don't want that. Okay. And then we go across. At least in this instance, it'll tell me for sure. Because it'll... Or... I was off again by a small margin. I hate when I'm off by a small margin. That is frustrating. Okay. Whoop. No. Don't throw me off the edge, please. That's very rude of you. I don't appreciate that. There we go. Now I can connect those in and I'll be good to go. And then these will go straight down, curve. Basically, this piece right here is going to grow with every one of these I need to drag in. With the whole idea being that I can then turn in from the next one. And get them going into here. And it'll be iron, iron, limestone. And I can make this all look neat, more importantly. So it's not like just there's a bunch of these, like, lines sitting about everywhere. Actually, if anything, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't want a diagonal slope then. So the reason I don't want a diagonal slope here is a diagonal slope is not going to behave for what I want it to do. I'm going to be much more likely to have success with a regular old wall. Of course, this isn't at the same height as it. Ugh. Oh, that's obnoxious. Oh, is that ever obnoxious? I think it's doable. I think I can work within it, though. It's off by, like, 1. Yeah? It's off by 1. But I can work with that. Because I can just have them go to a conveyor wall on here. And we go down, and I need to just reverse the direction again. There we go. And now I've got their connection points. Which more importantly means I can start walking to them over from this edge. And that'll be very, very helpful. We'll go on that edge point, I think. Calling my drones again. I am out of aluminum once more. It doesn't surprise me. This project is going to take a lot of aluminum. I'm sure of it. A lot of aluminum, a lot of silica for glass. Just overall speaking, a lot of materials. But this feels good to get this all looking right and pretty and whatnot. In the end. There we go. There's the first set. Second set. Third set. I love the drone. I love these personal drones. They're probably my favorite mod. Them and the laser power lines. Those two are so important. I could almost work without some of the other ones. Like the one that lets me change kind of the color of my clothing it's nice, don't get me wrong, but I can deal without that one. That one's not crucial to my happiness within the course of the game. But this max infinite fuel jetpack, some of the other ones, they're just so useful. And admittedly, I never thought about the need for the jetpack mod until recently, because until recently I was working within the bounds of factories where I had plenty of power. And once you have plenty of power, what the game lets you do is say, hey, I'm gonna instead use the hover pack, that so long as I have enough power flowing, I can just connect in from there. I can just kind of use the power that happens to be already flowing. So that's the trick with that. Okay. Next. I'll admit I'm tempted to just grab the copper from here as well. It's not that much further. A pure copper node would be quite helpful. Better than a normal. Normal max overclock is 600, I want to say. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll grab this. We'll grab one of the coppers from over here. Because I have to go over here anyway and up. I need one of these oils, crude oils. So I may as well grab the copper. And then I need to go way down here for Caterium. And it means I might as well also grab the coal that's on this side of the river, because that's also a pure. So, yeah. In that case, those ones are good. Those ones are good. I may want to change where these nodes are going along. Oh no, I can just send the coal down their center. Yeah, I can just send the coal down their center. That works. Cool. Right, I left myself a spot in between, so we're good there. Coal next, maybe? Once I've brought these over and hooked them in? Yeah. Once I've brought these over, I'll get coal running. one. And I'm doing this one here because this one is the outside edge. No. That was not supposed to go up. I was just doing that for measurement purposes. Basically, just make sure I'm getting those lines relatively straight. In large part because it matters to me. No, don't you dare. Game, come on, stop that. That's not what you're supposed to do. You know this. Ah, nope, nope. Is that actually straight or am I misreading it? No, it's correct. Huh. Weird. Very weird. I'm just going to bring them over to that edge piece and then kind of figure it out from there. That is an oddity. One, two. No, that's not right. It's like 1, 2, 3, possibly. This is not how I usually line these up. That's why I'm having some trouble here. Otherwise, this wouldn't be nearly so bad if I just was using my traditional techniques. But this is a little bit different. But that seems to be correct. I'm going to have to change how I'm dragging power over in the first place, because that just looks strange. I don't like that look. Not at all. But that should not be an issue. Okay. I should be able to work within that framework. Autosave. Autosave lag is a thing. Excellent. Yep. There. And before folks who do know the game, before you might say, hey, you're doing this for space elevator stuff, that's kind of unnecessary. First of all, yes, you're right. This particular thing that I'm doing here is a little bit on the unnecessary side. But on the positive side, all the materials I'm grabbing here can be repurposed instead to be used for stuff to produce nuclear power. It just might require a little bit of a redesign of the factory itself, but I'm kind of okay with that. And a lot of the stuff I'd be producing anyway is stuff you need for nuclear stuffs regardless. So this actually does kind of work out in a lot of ways. At least I feel like it works out in the end. Okay, no, that's a little too far out. There we go. What the hell, game? What was that about? No, oh no, no silliness. That's not what you're supposed to do. But doesn't this already look pretty cool? And once I have it all encased in glass, it'll look really, really fun. Oh, this is gonna look really pretty. Super, super pretty. In fact, I'm gonna start encasing it in glass now so that I can redo the way I'm running the power. Because I'm not loving the power poles. Those power poles are actually looking a little bit ugly, especially with how they're kind of clipping into the belts. That's the main reason I'm coming in here and being like, nah, I'm reconsidering this. There is no unauthorized hostility towards me. It's fine, game. It's fine. Also, change to this because I think now I can use my hover pack. It'll make my building a hell of a lot easier. It's because I was close to the things consuming it. The power doesn't seem to pull quite as cleanly for like hover pack purposes when you're dealing with power lines. You have to get a lot closer to them. I'm not entirely sure why that is, though. Actually, I probably don't need that top layer now that I think about it. Let me conserve resources and just do that. Yeah, I'm going to conserve resources. It's the smarter move. But the point is, what I can do here is I can just put straight into the glass there. And I can get some glass going here as well. Because I'm not adding anything else to this side. These wonderful little double outlets, which you usually only get, which you get from the sink, it's a special thing you can get after a little while. If you put enough points into, put enough stuff into the sink, and then you find yourself able to pick up stuff at the awesome store, and you get some really cool stuff that way. That's for sure. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tribe. If you'd like your name made known, let me know. If not, enjoy your lurk. Lurking is loving after all. Yeah, I need to be a little careful going along here. Because now I need to run these along until I kind of get over to an edge. Oh, right. Right. This is the easier way to handle it. So from here, go down to there. Not that way, though. Go down this way. Then go along here. I said go along here. Thank you. Yes, this will work. Stay very close to the power thing, because that's what's enabling me to hover here. The fact that I'm staying as close to this as I am. That's not precisely where I wanted you to be, but that's okay for now. I'll put the correct one in here. And then I can just take that one out. The one complicated part of this is gonna be that friend. No, not as complicated as I'm letting on. I can put a Mark 1 power pole, say, right there. That's fine. I don't mind losing power for a moment or two. Because this pole's temporary at best anyway. I just need it to get me across here. I'm going to find another way to make this work without needing the power pole. But for now, I do need this to run my connections. And now I've got this way going to drag the power instead of having to go over those, which I don't like the look of anyway. Don't get me wrong, power poles have their uses, but it's not instances like this. Now, that one's going to have to get a reconnect. But I can do that. I can go down and then back up. And then that's all reconnected again and we're good to go. So yeah, there we go. Looks like I need to change it back to the jetpack again. No worries. Boom. And let's go. Okay. Then... Oh! The coal node is lower? If I'm reading the map correctly? The coal node is lower down. Oh, that's handy. Yeah, it's lower down. There it is. I mean, it's easy enough to bring it up and just along. Which I think is what I'm going to do in the end. Because it just makes my life that littlest bit easier to work with. Okay, 3 more miners. There we go. So for that, bring out the equipment workshop again. Found a friend. I'm running low on rods. This is gonna be a slight problem. Oh dear lord, that got loud. Okay. I don't want that spiking into red, thank you very much. One more to make, and then I get to move away from the enemy that my personal drone has decided to go after. It also means gun, so I can do this from a distance. There we go. Okay. Better. Sorry about that sudden bit of loud, folks. That's the nature of the defender drone. It gets a little overenthusiastic sometimes. And just see something that it thinks needs to die and starts shooting. Oh, before I do anything else, let me make sure to configure this right. Oops, 780. No, no, no. There we go. How much? No, I only really need coal for the um blarg. Bear with me for a moment while I try to remember this. I only need coal for the steel. I'm tapping both iron nodes because some of the iron needs to go to make actually, do I need it for the steel? I might not need it for the steel, but I think one is sufficient. Okay. And this is a case of I'm going to kind of drag it over the ground because I don't feel like making the things here. That doesn't quite feel like a good use of resources. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you, Hawk. Me. Thank you, friend. Everything. And that's how you melt a cat dragon, folks. Brain only melt. I mean, what's there's not much of a real difference there, is there? Bonk. Okay. Another 500. Thank you, friend. Thank you for the 500 biddies. Oh gosh. Oh my, oh my. Oh, I did that one wrong. Like, why is that giving me trouble? That's why it's giving me trouble. It needs to be reversed. There's a tiny bit of clipping there, but it's not enough for me to be really annoyed by it. So I think I can accept that. Oh, I appreciate every one of my gremlins. Squad mates or not. Because yeah, all the all the bits, all the subscriptions, all the gift subs, even just the time spent here, it means the world to me, everyone, and I mean that. I would not have been able to get the better hand tracking without all of you. I would not have been able to focus in on this as much as I have been able to without the support. It's been a huge, huge help in more ways than I think some of you can realize. Because Earth Kingdoms suck. They don't take Dragon Gold. And finding Earth jobs is awful, as I'm sure some of you are already well aware. Oh god, I went far. Sometimes you got a gremlin. That is true. That is true. Yeah. Yeah, the interview process kind of sucks. It's not just the interview process that sucks. It's findings, especially when you've been out of like when the only work you've had has been the lower paying stuffs, like like food service, retail, that sort of stuff. It can be real hard to find other places that are willing to take you on at that point because your experience just doesn't quite match up. And especially as you start getting as you start dealing with an older human body where those jobs are no longer viable, it's like, no, 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 no. So, real talk, this has made it possible so that we haven't had to worry about bank stupidity. It's all because of all of you, and I appreciate you all so, so much for it. Also, I was hoping there would be a thing here, but there's not a thing here. It's just rocks that wanted to be blown up. Ah, well. Rocks wanted to be blown up anyway. That is true. And if anything, I feel like companies should respect food service and retail more. Because one of the big things, especially about a lot of food service jobs, is you need to learn a lot and you need to learn it fast. Otherwise, you're not going to be there very long. If you manage to stick around for a long time, it means you are capable of learning fast and you are capable of staying on task well. Yeah, to be fair, that's just people not paying attention, not acknowledging the value that those jobs provide as far as like experience and skills and whatnot go. Wait, when did we get on this set? Hold on. I didn't realize we'd gotten onto this set. Let me change this one. I don't love that one. Yeah, exactly. It is utter fucking nonsense. I agree with you 100%. There we go. Oh, I love that. This is coming out so pretty. All these wonderful lines of stuff. Yay. True. True. They're not doing that. It's adults stuck in those fucking jobs that are serving you during those moments. 100%. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. Yup. There's not enough value put on the work that the employees are putting in. You just are looking to get as much work as possible out of them for the smallest amount of money you can get away with. And that just, I'll tell you what, that does not fly in dragon culture. It does not fly in dragon culture. If you can't afford to pay your employees properly, you are a failure as a business in dragon brains, in dragon minds, at least amongst the tribe. Because no, it shows you don't know how to budget. It shows you don't know how to price things. It shows you don't know how to deal with hours so people aren't getting overwhelmed and burnt out and all of that. It's better to have a larger group of folks working. It shows the higher ups are taking too big of a cut, yeah. It shows that you think having a smaller workforce is better, where it's like, no, you want the larger workforce so that the folks, so that everybody can have a good amount of time to be resting and doing other things. And then you get folks who are happier to come into work. Hands down. And it's just the American system is so fucking stupid. It's like the dumbest thing I think I've ever found anywhere. But it's the way it works here. And it's not like I have my powers to convince them otherwise. Oh, if I could only just show up to their houses and be like, start paying your employees properly, or I'm gonna fucking, or you're not gonna like the consequences. But no powers, so it can't be done. Okay, let's figure out the next one that I need to tap into. It might be the oil, in all honesty, at this point. Copper than oil. Okay. And I'll grab both coppers, as I've been doing. Copper is that way? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I get what you mean on that one. It is a very good place to get experience. You learn how to deal with people fast. You learn so many things. But it's not something, and it's something that if people want to be in there, they ought to be paid enough for it to be a living wage that isn't like sucking their soul dry or, killing their bodies. Because, yeah, no, let's be having none of that, please. Go back to the iron and flow from there, I think. Oh, it's a lizard doggo. Cool. He ran over, yeah. Apologies, folks. I find it far too easy to break into those rants sometimes. It's the nature of the beastie. Eh. Thank you, friendo. Yeah, let's do that. I think that'll work well. I'll admit, I'm also tempted to just redo that belt set. That won't be too bad. I don't like that that's a partial. That's driving me kind of crazy. I'm gonna have to build a sink soon, actually. I know that for a fact. I'm gonna have to build a sink soon. And then that actually needs to be conveyor walls up there. If I'm not mistaken, that should still clear. I hope. I hope this should still clear. Yeah. So the reason I redid that is because I'm not entirely happy with how that looked. It'll be make that kind of difficult to clean up properly. But if I can just bring it up like by one, it'll be a hell of a lot neater. And I can do it all right do it all right. I should have done this the first time. So I didn't have to redo stuff, but you know, that happens sometimes. You know, let me just drop down for this because this will be a little easier that way. Turn you round. Turn you round. Turn you round. Do the same here. That's too low. That hasn't down enough. I plan to bring over 2 copper, and there's going to be at least one more belt of something. I'm not sure what it's going to be from here. And if I find I don't use it on the way back, I can always take it out. But yeah. Maybe it's worth it to grab another iron. I'm not entirely sure. Okay. Continue pushing this forward. And I can use that to get rid of these. A little annoying, I'm going to have to redo that entire set of things, but I mean, it's the nature of the beastie. It happens that you screw up on something and you kind of have to fix it. But the good news is I don't have to redo too much. Because I can just grab this. Wait for autosave. Fake to fix itself. Put a couple more out. That's probably too much, but that's fine. I can delete the excess. And there. And that should do the trick for that. I'm a little annoyed that I had to take pieces out, though. Because it means I've got a bunch. I'll show you why, actually. It's a little bit of an annoyance. My inventory is starting to get filled up with ores. And they're ores that I don't have an easy way to get rid of at the moment. I mean, I can trash them if I really wanted to. But I would prefer not to have to trash them. There's another way I can deal with them, but I need to wait till I'm near power to set it back, to get it set up. Also, damn it, I'm not blinking. Don't mind what it's looking like with the right eye. That eye's fine. it's funniness and how stuff's getting picked up, as usual. Because, a little bit of scuff is to be expected. Yep, good. And the best thing is, I can just keep going, do this in reverse. So that when I do when I get the iron ready to hook back up again, I have my connective points already waiting. So this will be helpful at least. I couldn't really do it before, not well anyway, but this now is possible. And I'm doing these like one at a time because I don't entirely know how far out this particular set of things is. Um, oh, where's my defense drone? There's my defense drone. Hey, buddy, can you carry some stuff for me? Thank you. One of the other reasons I brought the defense drone along, it makes things like that possible. That would not have been possible otherwise. We'll bring them out to here and then I'll approach for the turns. Hmm. Funny, I should not have run out of aluminum. That's weird. Okay. Headless will go off and grab me some Doug Stash and Goose. Uh, hmm. I'm guessing I was lower on the aluminum sheet than I thought from the previous layout stuffs. And that's why suddenly I'm like out, even though there should have been enough. Beautiful. Okay. That's correct, as it's supposed to be. Okay, now this is the spot where I do actually have to be a little bit more picky about my turn, but that works. Okay, cool. So we're good there. Now, copper is a little bit beyond that iron marker. Between iron and limestone, it looks like on that same general level, that same altitude. So, hmm. Oh, is that a blue slug up there? It is a blue slug. Hi. Hi, power slug. I like seeing power slugs. Like, in all seriousness, the power slugs are fantastic. They're the reason I'm able to make the... Oh, is that the... No, that's another iron. They're the reason I've been able to make the power shards so far. Turn power slug into power shard, and boom, off you go. They are fantastic to find. Blues are, I think, the least valuable of the bunch, if memory serves. And here's the copper was wicked close. Oh, that's nice. Blues are worth... Blues give you 1 power shard per, yellows give you 2, and purples give you 5. So those purples are incredibly valuable. Okay. Out of supers. Okay. Nope. Wrong key. That key. Frosty can go grab the supercomputers. Supercomputers. And actually, I do want to tap both of them. So. Oh, no. Okay. Let me get him before my friend sees him. Nope. I do not want to blow out my listeners' ears, friendo. I love you, Defense Drone, but you're a little bit loud.
Meow.
Meow. Welcome back.
Here for a little bit.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Just here for a little bit.
Okay, no worries, no worries. 1, 2.
Or
No, not 4 yet. There you go.
10.
59.
3.
Indeed, indeed. There we go. All I can say right now, though, about like the power stuff is I'm glad Takan went as crazy as she did with the fuel generators. Because I would be utterly screwed if she didn't. Thank you, friendo. Yeah, I'm going to tap another iron while I'm over here, too. If there is a third iron. There's like a bunch of them, so one of these has got to be real. I'm going to need to make more stuff for it, but that's not an issue. Yeah, this one. Bop, 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 bop. Have 3 iron at 780 a piece. In large part because the recipe I intend to use for the copper takes an equal amount of copper and iron to make a lot of copper ingots. So these 2 can go into copper ingots. The other 2 irons can go off to do other things. I think that's the better way to handle that, if I'm not mistaken. Really? I'm out? Huh. Who'd have thunk it? I didn't expect I'd run out of iron rod of all things. That's wild. I ran out of iron rod. I, I kind of love it. I kind of hate it. It's like, oh my. Well, while I wait for it to arrive, let's bring over the next piece of the puzzle. You. There's my iron rod. Okay. I'll deal with them in a moment. Yum. Bop. That's going to be a temporary... with a little bit of a cap off just to kind of make it so it stops trying to connect to a thing it's not supposed to connect to. That was for determining spacing more than anything else. Because I wasn't sure what the spacing was for that. And I think I even got the spacing wrong, actually. Yeah, I got the spacing wrong. That's not an issue. I'll get it correct on the next one. And then I can use this to kind of fix that one. Oh, whoops. I did not actually place this one, did I? Is that actually right? That's right. Okay. Good enough. Fine. If you're gonna do this to me, I'm gonna do it my way. I'm gonna build out the initial belt when I'm placing down the line. Also, I unfortunately did that one wrong. It'll be an easy enough fix, though. I had that going the wrong direction. No, why are you going that way? Game, why? Please. There. Probably because it's thinking, oh, connect to this. If I had to hazard a guess. And this is definitely a case if I had to delete that belt, because if I didn't delete that belt, I won't be able to properly replace the lift and flowing the other direction. It's very much a necessity in this instance, unfortunately. But it'll be much easier to connect to because I have that ready and waiting for it. Same thing with this. I can just lay down the conveyor pole connector first. So it's ready, waiting for me. And I push you up all the way to the top. And I do this once more. No. Thank you. Okay. I wanted to do that so I would know where I'm drawing the lines for the things I'm going to be putting down. This is going to get a little messy. There's no two ways around it, but I'll do my best to make it as clean as I possibly can. I think I'm going to have to drag them along in a different way than I did the other one. Yes, okay. Now I can make 3 more, 8 more at least, maybe more. I'm probably going to need more than that, in all honesty. I need it for Caterium. Oil uses something different, so I don't need it for oil. I'm probably okay this way. Boom. Okay. You're going that way. Unless I can just kind of curve around properly here, I might be able to. I'm going to try this. I'm going to see if this works. This might work. That that worked surprisingly well. Okay, cool. So this iron will be tapped at the same rate as the other two were. 780 a minute. For folks who might be wondering why I'm defaulting to 780 a minute when it comes to those things, it is because that is the most my current belts can carry at any given time per minute. That's their rate. And it just makes my life significantly easier in the scheme of things. If I stick to that value rather than trying to go over, I can maybe go over to 800, so there's always a little bit extra if things starting but I don't think it really helps. So that's why that particular value. Bump. I'm just gonna pull this along. Like so, like so. But this here, this little bit of mess as far as like the belts leading in, bringing the materials over is pretty common. It's hard to get this looking super, super clean. And it usually means you're doing a lot of work with foundations. And sometimes that foundation work isn't worth the time you're putting into it. Which is why I'm not going too crazy. And which is why I'm not going to be too concerned about the fact that that's clipping in there. I can always move it somewhere else in a little bit. That's fine. Once I know where the other one needs to be, I'll shift that over somewhere else. One, two. Three. Hit our first curve, hit our next curve point. Curve round like so. Carefully pull back to here. And copper. There we go. So that's copper done. That's iron done. Limestone done. Well, not quite done. I've got a little bit more to do with it. And I think I'll go back and finish it on this end before I do anything else. Wow. More importantly, I'm going to think ahead a little bit because I happen to know where these are going to line up. It's going to be 1, 2, 3. I think those will just connect straight through. So by putting the actual holder down first, I can connect directly without having to be like, is this actually straight? Is this diagonal? Is this getting kind of funny on me? There's doesn't have an opportunity to get funny on you at that point. That's why I'm going about that route particular. Uh, then I'm gonna need just one more for the Caterium, possibly two, probably two go up, get brought over for the Caterium. Almost definitely it ends up being one for the petroleum coke though. Knowing things. And like one for the rubber. Thank you, game. I know what I'm doing here. The Snap 2 system, as you can see, can sometimes be a little stupid. Where it's like, oh, you want to go? No, no. It's like, no, 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 no. I know what I'm doing here. I got this. I got this. We're good. Okay. One, two, three. Then I'm going to have to turn them all. Come on. Thank you. There we go. Oh, this is such a pretty sight. I love this. I'm particularly fond of this the sight of this sort of a thing. It looks so good when it starts flowing right. We're good. Excellent. Excellent. There you go. Perfect. And finally. Oh, wait. Nope. That's not right. I need to leave a space in between. You see, that was not. That was almost right. It should be closer to this. Not quite. It's on that line. Okay. So it is turned this way, but it's on the line. Yeah, okay. We're good. That spacing in between needs to always remain there. Oh, no, I don't want the space remaining in between there. If I was doing this, trust myself. If I was doing it the way I did it elsewhere, I would have left the space in between. As it stands, I'm pulling them all out a little further than they would go. But it means I have wall of those, and I don't need to necessarily bring that out as far as I am. So, okay. Regardless, that's the correct line for that one. No. Can we not? And that's not right either. Okay. This is where you can really tell. This is where where the styling starts to come into place. Besides, like the glass styling that I'm very fond of for to like have bunches of windows. This is where it really. This is one of the other big places where you've got people who, frankly, don't care about getting this stuff clean and neat. Well, you got folks like me where it matters. It matters if these things aren't quite right. And so I take a little bit longer on some of these tasks. But it's also a hell of a lot easier to track where everything is going. It's the one downside to spaghetti. Spaghetti makes it hard to tell. If you've got to unravel what belt goes where when you're trying to connect something or trying to diagnose why something doesn't work, it can take forever sometimes. And that's why I'm a little more patient with this. Well, that's part of it. It's an upfront cost, exactly. Exactly. Precisely. Exactly. Exactly. In some games, it's absolutely not worth the effort. Here, especially considering the fact that once I have enough of these things made, all the things you see up there and where it says complete phase 4, I'm pretty sure I can just dismantle the factory component or select portions of it and convert it to nuclear power if I needed to. Because there just happens to be a node nearby. Granted, it's impure, so it's not ideal. But there's still a node nearby, which is kind of nice to have. So it helps. It's going to help. Even if I don't, even if this always stays online, it'll be nice to have it clean. And I'm going to be having to do an awful lot with this. I think that's right. Ha. Oh, I'm getting so good at this part of it. Things. Well, this is another trick for kind of making your lineups a little bit easier. You can always put in the line you want, like to get the spacing for the actual support, and then take out the belt, and then kind of rinse repeat. So, because you don't get the green guidelines for belt to belt, you get them for like lift to belt and a couple lift to belt, lift belt to splitter or merger, and then you've got actual things you can use there that makes life a little bit easier. But I think that should be right. I'll find out in a moment if I'm right or wrong about that particular spacing. Ha! That's what I'm talking about. That's perfect. I love it. It feels so good when you can get that going the way you want it. Okay. Next. Ethereum. I want the pure node. I'm not going to grab the normal, though. Which means the Caterium, I have to take one node and split it off into two belts, probably. Unless... Let me start running some calculations real quick. I might maybe need to think this through a little bit more carefully. I'm going to want high speeds. Probably on this recipe. 90 a minute, but I don't need a lot of them. So that should be okay. Circuit boards aren't going to take it, so I don't have to worry about that. Computers aren't going to take them, so I don't have to worry about that. Nor will the oscillators. Again, we're good there. And it's the adaptive control unit that's likely to be the thing that's going to require quick wire components the most. Does not. The field generator is only needs a versatile framework. I'm not worrying about the other components. They're being made elsewhere in enough numbers that I should be fine. Same thing with the nuclear pasta. The pressure conversion cube is the one thing that needs to get constructed. And honestly, I have them work. They've been working this entire time back at my main base. So they might be done by now. In fact, we're actually going to take a short break from this stuff, And we're going to head back to the main base for a little bit, so I can check in on things there, because I think I need to. It's been a while. I've been away from it for long enough. I love that wonderful wallow stuff, which will be super nice later. No, I don't want you on always open. I want you on automatic. You. Wee. I love this. I could have done stairs. I have to not to because this is faster. Oh, no, 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 come back here. Ah, we just missed the train. Well. May as well float along the track then. Actually, no. I have an idea. I have an idea that will help out in the long run. I'm going to make another hypertube. This one is specifically going in place to be a quick way back home in case you ever miss the train. And it's very likely by the time we're done with this, the train still won't be back yet because this is one of the longest rides I've ever made. I can get the money there. And if it happens to come back before I'm done, well, that's absolutely fine. We'll just grab the stuff late. We'll just finish off the hypertube later. And I'm running it on the edge of the thing as opposed to on the top. Because I think it'll look a little cooler that way. That's why I'm doing it like this. No, what the hell? Stop that. Sometimes where the game thinks you're trying to aim and where you're actually aiming are two very different things. And you start questioning the game's judgment on that sort of stuff. It's like it gets a little too hasty in certain respects. I'm not entirely sure why. But I mean, it is what it is. It's not that bad. And honestly, this pathway back is going to get a little bit easier once we hit what I think I'm going to rename the station that I might rename to Alberta. I'm not sure. Refinery Alpha is the station that's going to start making this a hell of a lot simpler. And I'm going to show you why I'm not simply waiting for the train. This is the station we were at. This is the station it's going down to. It's a long way. It's going to be quite some time before it gets back. I've always thought that Hell Train took a little while, but this is a whole nother story. Also, Auto 2D is apparently the better way to go on this. Steel pipe. So, like 2 more stacks. Another stack of another 2 more stacks of concrete. Something like that. Uh, wah, wah. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's the train in the distance. That's 7 train. Okay. Maybe it's fat. Maybe it's not as slow as I thought it was. Oh well. You still see how much of this hypertube I was able to complete in that time before it started getting any remotely close to where I am. I don't quite understand why the game keeps wanting to loop this back on itself. It's a little silly. Uh, yeah, that's going to be painful. Uh, uh, no, I want to complete the hypertube. I want to complete the hypertube. I hope folks don't mind that I'm doing this as opposed to just getting on the train since the train's here again. I don't think folks will mind. If anything, we can see how many times the train comes and goes before I'm finally done with this task. And how many times I need to call send back for materials. That'll be the more interesting one, I think, actually. How many times do I need to send back for materials before I'm run into before I end up hitting problem getting home? Okay, so the thing I ran into issues on is steel pipe again. Steel pipe. Steel pipe. That is a long distance. Damn. Actually, this kind of gives me an opportunity to go down and delete that radar tower, doesn't it? Because I'm passing by it again. Hmm? Nah, I can do that later. Material cost of the radar tower isn't significant enough to make it worth the while to go crazy with that. Stop making that assumption game. I want this on the edge, please. In parts that you can look down when you're flying and see all the pretty view as you're going, as you're traveling, if you're taking basically any of the interesting ways to get places, you should have a nice view in the process. It's why I don't go crazy in certain ways and don't make certain decisions that I know others who play have, because I want this to look pretty. Copper sheet. Copper sheet, copper sheet. Basically send the drones back for like 2 stacks of each whenever I happen to run out of anything. And I should be good. Oh, may as well stretch a little while I've the opportunity. And you can see down in the lower right corner the how close each drone is to getting the materials to me. One of the other nice things of this particular mod. Go to there. Yeah. And that should more or less follow that slope with some neatness. This turn is where it's gonna get funny. Vivian, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you tonight? I hope you're doing well. Let me get you a shout out, friend. There we go. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. You are die, but you're making no dying. If you need to take a break from that, take a break from that. Don't go too crazy.
Vivian go crazy. That she kind of needs to.
That's why I said don't go too crazy. I'd love to actually follow that curve, but that's going to be a pain. That's not worth my time. I know you stream, therefore you get a shout out. That is the rule here. Ask Bun, ask anyone else in chat if you want. That's the rule.
It is the rule.
I mean, I'm crazy too, to be fair. But don't drive yourself more crazy doing something that's starting to get frustrating, if that's what's going on. What is it, Hawk? You got your shout outs earlier. You're on the
I
list.
don't
You
think I
know
ever
that.
got a shout out ever.
You got one. You must have gotten one earlier, like much, much earlier. I mean, I'm happy to give you another one.
I don't think I've even typed in your chat today, so your auto wouldn't have caught
Oh,
it.
you're right. The auto's not gonna proc if you just do stuff in, like if you just do redeems. Oh.
Your auto never catches me.
That's true. The auto doesn't catch you usually. Because you've learned a lesson Nami can't. If you don't want to get caught by the auto, don't type in chat ever. Enjoy your lurk, Vivian. Ah. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Hypertubes are the other quick way to get around, and it's the one that you get before you have access to trains. So this takes a little while. It can take a little while to lay them out, but like the train tracks, which also can take a little while, it's worth it. In part because the hypertubes are stupid cool. I love them. I love their look. Oh, is that the problem? I ran out of pipes. Boo. Uh, okay. Steel pipe. Steel pipe. I'm not grabbing too much of any one thing at any point in time because you see my inventory. It's practically full. My little buddy's inventory is practically full. I forgot to build a sink before I left there to empty some of the shit out. But the good news is the closer we get to the main base, the faster the drones are going to be because there's less of a distance for them to travel. So I just got to wait a moment or two. There we go. And we're back. This is so good. I wish, though, I could figure out why the game is so insistent on turning them around every time I place one. Like, why it's trying to do that curve. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And it's not like there's a just give me a straight line, please option. I wish there was. You know what? I'm gonna try using the control key when I'm putting this next set down and see if that actually helps. No, it does not. Okay. Copper sheet. Actually, hey buddy, got any more space? You got a couple more spaces. Cool. That'll help. That lets me get one more set of copper sheet, which I do definitely need. Yup. Okay. Um. Oh. Stop that. That was not intended. I am so glad I've got the infinite fuel on this jetpack. Because that could have been bad otherwise. There we go. That was slightly terrifying. I will say that. One. And of course, classic me making life more difficult for myself. If I'd put it on the edge, like up there, it would have been fine. I would not have to be kind of redirecting it every time I'm placing a new connection. But this also just looks better, and I see no reason not to. Plus, it's not that bad. Also, I wonder, is that an actual cave entrance there? That might be a cave entrance. I might go check that out. I'm kind of tempted to. Hi again, train. Hard to tell from this distance if it is. Or if it just looks like it could be a cave entrance. I'm getting it just looks like it to me. Vibes. No. That might be. Or it's something cool. I think it's like 7 wide at any given point. 7 foundations long is the length. If I'm not mistaken, terribly mistaken. Okay, I've got 3 slots for something. So let's do 3 pipe. Da 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 da. Okay. That really does look like it's a tunnel through. I might check that out once we get a little bit closer. Could be nifty. Da 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 da. It's more than 7 from the look of it. It's like 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So I know I have a relative like get distance I can go if I'm taking my time and counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it should cap around here somewhere. Yep. It's roughly 12 foundations long. Cool. Good to know. Okay. We're close enough now. On second thought, let's not risk it. I don't want to get away from the power of the actual power the train tracks are providing. And I want to get this done. So once this is done, this gives 2 ways back. One way that does not rely on you to wait for anything. And I think this is the better use of time than like going off and checking out what might be a cave or what might just be a little bit more of a valley. So, we'll see. We'll see. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Actually, hold on. Where is my buddy? Drone buddy, come here. I gave you iron plates to hold. So you I can just grab some from. So the thing the game was complaining at me for not having enough of there was the iron plates for the actual attachment point itself. Not the tube, the attachment point. That's what it was giving me grief about there. It's like, hold on, what's going on here? It's like silliness. Do 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 do. Da, 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 Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Meow.
Meow.
What's up, meow?
Ah, copper sheet. All the copper sheet. I
Maybe
don't
tonight
know.
I might.
I did not need heat sinks, but okay, thank you.
All right. Talk to you later.
Yep, yep. Do, 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 do. Ba, 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 da, da. You can carry that. I don't need to hold. I don't need to be have that in inventory. That's just silly. Do, 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 do. Okay. You select there. Hello again, train. Yeah, if I just wanted to get home quickly, I should have just waited for the train. That's like the third or fourth time the train's coming past, if I'm not terribly mistaken. Eh, this'll be good. This'll be fun. This'll be helpful in the long term. And I've got the exact spot to connect this into when we do get back to main base. So that's nice too in and of itself. It's not like I don't know where this is going to be going. I've got a place waiting for it. One of the things I worked on fairly early was a portal hub, and it's really, really stinking cool. I love it. I absolutely love my portal hub. It'll be nice to actually add something else to it. This one's going to get a little weird because you're going to go through the rock, but there's not a whole lot I can do about that. Because you can see here's where I have to, where I was like, okay, it's time to ramp up so you can actually make it past all of this. I maybe didn't have to go up that high, but it was just easier to go sky rail, in my opinion, at that particular moment in time. Yeah, okay. Auto 2D is the way to go too, as far as like the shape is concerned. I wasn't sure at first, but I'm sure now. Auto 2D is the way we want to go. And there we're out of steel pipe again. The good news is we're getting real close to where we've actually already passed Refinery Alpha. There's Refinery Alpha. You see its radar tower. You see where where all my electrical power is coming from. It's all of those. There's a frankly bonkers amount of fuel generators there, but they've been so incredibly helpful that I don't have to worry about any of this stuff. I've just been able to build and build and build to my heart's content without having to ever think twice about power for quite some time. That was a considerable problem back in the early game. Having to think about your power situation. Be careful you weren't about to overload your poor power grid. Okay, I went too far, didn't I? It's like, hold on, what? There we go. That's what I wanted. And we're slowly stepping our way down. Thankfully, if I were to fall from down here and I wasn't able to change in time, it wouldn't be the biggest deal in the world. So I'd land in water, so I'd be okay. At least I think that water's deep enough that it's not going to hurt me. Although, I don't want to find out, if you know what I mean. Feels a little better that way to not worry about finding out, that kind of thing. So close to getting down to the next level. Well, get back in the air, please. Yes, we're good. We're good. Okay. Here's where I have to actually think this through a little bit. I will return back over to that spot. The only reason I'm moving away is because I need to confirm for myself that hooking into that bottom one is not about to get me into trouble. If it is, then I'm gonna need to put another one of those at top, because I don't remember where the other fellow. There's another line that merges in, and I think it's, yeah. Good call on my part. It would have been an issue. So now I have to do an extra step or two. And that is specifically start laying out stackable hypertubes. Supports. These friendos are going to make it a lot easier to know kind of where I'm needing to go with the hypertubes once I get it over. Because I already did the hard work of figuring that out the first time. So that still make my life so much smoother. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like 5, 4 high on this. Yeah, I kind of don't want that there, do I? Because that's like glitch-tastic in all the wrong ways. Let's fix this. I don't like the glitch-tasticness is a little bit too annoying for me, for my eyes, and my brain. More so for my brain than anything else. Let's see. That's fine. The little gap there is going to bug me, but I decided easier to split off and then just go straight as opposed to having to do that stupid new curve thing, diagonal thing. I did not feel like dealing with the diagonal thing when I hit that point in the track layout. Dude, 2, 3, 4. If I'm not mistaken, this should be correct. Yep, that works. Okay, that support actually did not need to be set up like that. That's fine. In fact, I'm pretty sure I don't need to worry about support there, but I want one. Yeah, this'll thankfully this is the easy part. It's connect, connect, connect. I know exactly where I'm putting the next one. So I already have those kind of planned ahead. I just have to put down the two pieces. And you'll soon see the other reason why I'm doing this as opposed to what I was doing before. Besides the fact that it would mean you've got a hypertube dragging you underwater, which actually, now that I think about it, could be kind of cool looking if you could hook it up right. But not here. Copper sheet. Copper sheet, copper sheet, copper sheet, copper sheet. You can also see how much faster the drones are getting it to me now. In fact, I suspect they're yoinking a copper sheet from here. Because I think they go to the nearest place that has it. I don't think they wait to like go back to your like. It's not like you set a point that they look to grab everything from. I don't think anyway. I could be wrong. I don't quite. I don't understand quite how that mod functions. All I know is it works and it works well. So I'm not going to ask any questions. And this area right here is precisely why I did not just go, yeah, let's go on the lower path. Because I remembered this happens. And then I further remembered when I needed to bring water along, that happened. Plus, we're getting real close to the main base now. These water extraction units are the ones for the original coal power plant. To give you an idea of how old that particular chunk of the build is. Okay. So let's wander back, finish this off, and I'll put them in as we go so that whenever we get to the next point, we're good. Steel pipe. Then goose first. I love that look. I love that so much. This is. I hope some of you, like folks who maybe don't know, haven't tried this game before, can see a little bit of why it can be a whole lot of fun if your brain is the right kind of brain to enjoy it. I understand it's a little too math heavy for some, but at the same time, it feels so good when you're able to get that next factory wing up and running. That especially if you've been struggling with it for a little bit or something wasn't quite working and you weren't quite sure why, it feels phenomenal. It's like you've solved this big old puzzle in all the right ways. And I love the feeling. It does good for my brain. I think running. Let's see if running along the hypertube is faster, because I don't happen to remember if the run speed is better or if the hover speed is better. I think the run speed is better than the hover speed. So if we don't have to hover, maybe we won't. Ah, yes, I can do this. I can crouch jump. I've been a little dumb this entire time. Let me do like so. I forgot that I can change my hotkeys on my hotkeys on the fly. So I don't have to go into the menu every time. That would have sped things up just a little bit. Bah, noses. Sneezely noses. Now, we will need to go a little out of our way. If I just wanted to go check in on the thing I was thinking about, it's a little further that way. But I do want to actually complete this hypertube, and the best way to do it is like this. I can just follow the line to where the network is, and that'll work fine. It just means we go around a little bit. But it also means folks who've not seen my base before will get to see more of the main base than you would if I went just straight to my target. So I think in the end, this is the better call anyway. It is, however, where the power, where following the power flow starts to get a little bit different. So I have to change out strategy a little bit. In this case, we're passing by where the main computer factory, aka the computer factory that actually serves the shopping center. There are more computers being made elsewhere in a couple of spots, at least one spot, and there will be in the spot we're working on now too. But those particular ones are not going to be functioning, are not going to be going to a shopping center. They're used to make something else. Sheet. Pipe. There you go. I hope 400 will be enough to get us to the... No. The thing. We'll find out if I'm right or wrong on that one. A full year? Holy crap, Jaunty. Wow. Thank you for the full year of tier 1. Oh my, it means the world to me. Thank you, friend. How are you tonight? I hope you are doing well. Yeah. Well, okay, I'm in danger. I am in danger of brain melt. Ah, thank you, friend. How are you tonight? I hope you are doing well. Sunburned, but happy having... Oh, yeah, right. You had a chance to hang out with Tora, if I'm recalling correctly, right? Tora, maybe Cade? I'm a little jelly on that one. I would love to have been able to be there for that, but wrong side of the country for that matter. For Earth stuffs. And again, dragon powers don't work, so there's no just flying wherever I want to get to. Which is a shame. Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna place these ones in advance so I don't have to deal with game getting a little bit dumb in some spots. And then we'll go back to fill in the rest. I said click, please. Oh, and headless. Tour guide and Airbnb. Sounds like it. Yeah, totally worth. I've been well. I'm doing well. One sec. I need to place the entrance tube here. The wall hole. Entrance. Good news, folks. We've hit the end of the line. We have finally gotten back to where I wanted to get to. So it means I can actually hook this thing up. Which makes me very, very happy to be able to do this now. No, don't do that, silly. Stop. No. Yeesh. You're connecting to that, please. There we go. Ha. Sometimes the game. Sometimes the game. Let's see. Noodle will work. Yay. Noodle actually worked there. Okay, cool. Now I just have to do one more thing with that and we're good to go. And that requires a little bit of quartz crystal. I'm actually going to go into the shopping center to pick it up. In part because it also lets me clear out junk from inventory. Because I can drop stuff off into the sink that lives over here. Of course, I gave all the junk that I wanted to get rid of later to my droid, so I don't have it on hand. That would have been convenient. Totally convenient. Ah, well. Not the end of the world. There we go. Now configure this to the blue color. Change the image to if I've got one of the space elevator. I don't know if I have one of the space elevator. Let's search and see. Yeah, I do. Space elevator. Not the space elevator itself, but the stuff to make to be made for the space elevator. I think is the better way to think about that one. Otherwise, it all feeds back to the hub. Hi, Betty. There you are. Okay, so we're going to take all of that shit out of your inventory. Come on, we have junk to discard. Also, what do you all think about my new car? Isn't it a beaut? Some of you saw it already, but what do you all, but folks who didn't, what do you think about my car? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a hoot, isn't it? Supposedly indestructible. You know, as Musk wanted everybody to believe. That might be worth holding on to. That isn't. There we go. There's my buddy again. Gib, Gib, Gib. I'm tempted to junk the alien artifacts if I'm being perfectly honest. I don't know that I'm going to need them. Or I don't know what they're going to be useful for. I mean, eventually they'll be useful for something. But until I know what it is, I don't know if it's worth keeping as all of them. Probably is, in all honesty. I'd probably feel quite foolish if I got rid of them and it turns out that they're actually quite useful later on. So I'm not actually going to get rid of him, but oh, believe you me, I am tempted. Hard drive go. Speaking of clearing inventory space out a little bit, I have some things I killed along route that I can turn into DNA capsules, which is even more tickets. Yeah, I've got a specific spot for them. That's not a big deal. I've got a container devoted strictly to them and a couple other related things. I'll drop them off before we leave. I'll actually remember to do it this time. I did see some rock quartz in here. I don't want rock quartz. That actually does not help me in my inventory. Should be here, yep. And I've been kind of going out of my way to avoid... Ooh, I didn't realize I had some of those in there. Well, that's handy. I didn't... I've been kind of going out of my way to avoid them whenever I can. Because they're all like, comply this. And it's like, no. Oh, no. You can't force me to do that. I refuse. No. These are going somewhere else. Although before we do anything more, let's actually go visit the sink to see how many tickets I have waiting. My goal is 150 at the moment. Because at 150... I mean, at this point, I can buy copper powder, which is kind of tempting, but I'm not going to do it. Thing I want 150 for is I want that. I want to start gathering the statues because I'm curious if they like show up in your hub. But I'm not going to start with the adequate or they're pretty good. I'm going to go straight to the satisfactory. And then grab like lizard doggo, confusing creature. I want like George and I don't know how to feel about the golden nut statue though, I'll admit that much. It feels a little like we what? Feels strange if you know what I mean. This is you heard me. Golden nut statue. Believe you me, I did not stutter on that one. Oh, right, I was going to put the DNA capsules in there. It was like, it's like, oh. What's going? Why game? Why? Right. Right. The thing I wanted to check out here. Oh no, I can understand that. That's 400 per row, I want to say. 800, 850. Yeah, 850. So what's missing from this? Everything. Radio control units. Okay. So if I have 850 made already, this is what I want to come back to main base to check in on to see how well along this was. And I only need 150 more, so I only need 300 more of the. Sorry, my brain will eventually remember the word of the thing I'm looking for. Radio control units. 300 radio control units gets me there without any difficulty. And thankfully, at the shopping center, you can find everything you'll ever need. 5, 6. Let's throw a couple extra in just in case. Because it doesn't hurt if they make a few more of the pressure containers. Those actually have some value. And I can always drop like extras that get produced into the sink if I really want to. I don't think it matters which one I put it into. I think this is the one. Now, it doesn't matter because that emptied out. Pressure conversion cubes. This is what I'm looking to stop doing, by the way. Having to, like, every once in a while come back, check up on these, fill them up again. I don't want to have to do that. The only spot I want to have to do that is with these monstrosities. And that'll be for stuff that is not like the modular engines and all of that junk. It's going to be specifically for the 4 things you see up there where it says complete phase 4. That's my goal. That's what I'm all out here kind of messing about with, or back out in the area I was. That said, we are approaching the point where I would usually end stream about 10 minutes. I think I wait out the hard drive, which may not have that much time left on it, and make our way back to the area. And then I don't think I should go more than midnight tonight. Just be on the safe side. Yeah, 2 minutes on the hard drive. So we'll wait this out. Then we'll take a train ride back. We'll go find somebody to raid. It means in preparation, I'm going to move to a lo-fi set. Because, yeah, as much as I want to keep playing, I probably shouldn't. If I'm being good for myself. My wrists are also saying start to consider taking a break anyway, so. Exactly, which is why I'm finishing letting the hard drive finish. I'm gonna then we'll just head on back to where I've been working. Set I can immediately start back from there again, and then I'll call it there. If I go a few minutes over, it's not the end of the world, but I'd be too tempted if we get back to actual working on stuff. I know myself. Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out. I got a new one for steel, which is actually looks kind of tempting, considering where my building area is. Let's see. That's arguably the worst of the steel ingot recipes. I dislike that one. Compacted coal is yuck. Turbo pressure motor. That's interesting. I don't have any turbo motor alternatives. It's not any better in the standard recipe. Oh, and it requires conversion cubes? Oh, that's awful. I'm much happier with the base recipe for that one. And this is kind of junk, kind of not. Hold on, this one's not bad. Insulated crystal oscillators is tempting. That's the one I'm using in a couple of spots. I like that recipe. I like that recipe quite a bit. I'm actually thinking of grabbing the insulated crystal oscillators. I'm going to be bringing rubber over to the area I'm working anyway. And AI limiters aren't bad to make. I'm already also going to be bringing over quick wire. And I already need to be producing copper sheet. That's good. This one's shit. That one, why? Why would you ever put a pressure conversion cube into a fucking... Actually, to be fair, that's not terrible. But I'm going to take the insulated crystal oscillator over that any day of the week. So I'm going to show off a couple things real fast, actually. And as we're on our way back out. In part because this is actually en route to the train station itself. This wonderful building, which reaches all the way to the top now. Literally all the way to the top. It's something else. Whoops, I did not want to go quite like that. Yeah, production multipliers are great. I'll admit I was kind of hoping for another high-speed connector alternative, but the alternative I have right now isn't awful. Yeah, you've got... I forget where the ingots are being made or coming in from. Oh yeah, the ingots are being made elsewhere. So I can't actually show it here. But there's multiple floors of high-speed connectors and and a bunch making the turbo motors. So that's one of the things that I was setting out to make here. And I was already getting to use an alternative where the electromagnetic control rods are not bad, and it just meant a fuck ton of radio control units. Less radio control unit use might have been nice, but this actually is not a terrible... Well, that is actually better. This one's fine. It's not that much more in the scheme of things. That was the last big project we did. Now we go back to Our next major project. Oh, good. The train is that heaven or hell coming in? It's hell. Where's heaven? Heaven is. It's gonna be a long time before heaven is approaching. We're gonna take the hypertube we just finished. But yeah, I think in my own time I will. No, because I don't want to keep doing them this way. You can see we've been away for a while, and it really hasn't produced much. It maybe would have if I had like fully restocked this before leaving, but I couldn't. I didn't want to come back, and no, it wasn't worth my time. Well, it's Hell Train and Heaven Train. We did something similar in Buttons World. Theoretically, Moss, thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. Friend of Dragon Souls. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, friendo. How are you tonight? Let's see what your friend was up to.
Who?
Hello. Fire Emblem
Hey, Astral.
Engage. Hello. Hmm. No, we're gonna go
What?
back to where I was working. We're gonna go back to where I was working. So I've been busy. I built a new hypertube. I'm starting to gather the materials for a location. Uh oh, sorry. I'm also getting close to raiding time, so I need to get back so I can show off kind of what I've been up to. I'll give a quick show off and then we'll go find somebody else to go share some of the love you've shown me tonight with. That said, though, theoretically, Moss, how was your stream? How was Fire Emblem Engage? While we're just kind of taking this long hypertube ride back, and I have a few moments I can sit and relax beyond the already relaxing we've been doing. And how's your night been, friend?
It's been a night. I got to hang out with an old friend who I haven't gotten a chance to hang out with in a long time.
That's
She's
cool.
she took a break from streaming.
I'm glad you were able to hang out with her. You made
Yeah.
created things that should not be created. Sounds about right.
I
That
mean,
sounds
isn't
about
that
right.
just like an average Tuesday in your TTRPG campaign?
Yes, it is an average Tuesday. Just like I've created things here that probably should not have been created, to be fair. Train has really made a few things that is like, no, 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 no. We who probably should not be letting that one live. But Train likes those sorts of things. Also, I didn't realize that the hypertube slows down so much once you're going up a ramp like that. Ah, well. Shame. But
With
I
the
mean,
tube is hyper. I don't know. I haven't played Satisfactory.
it's hyper enough. Can't say the views aren't gorgeous, though. I love that. I love this set of views. Also, we're going to go through a rock because I didn't feel like going around this thing. It's like, that's whatever. There we go. We're through a rock. Whatever. It's not like it's important. Just to give a sense, we started the hypertube journey down around here. Closer about there. We're going all the way up here. It's a trip. And for the most part, this follows the line of the train itself. But in this instance, it's like, yeah, it's a lot. I didn't want to have to wait for the train every single time. Oh, excellent, excellent. Oh, I am so glad for you, Tegan. I am so glad you're home from your parents' place. That's good. That's good. Oh, I hope things are looking up now that you're away from there. Having a little bit of the picture. And that is a distance. Improving, yeah. Yeah, I hope things are improving within the bounds of that situation, whatever form that needs to take for you. Oh, it changed color. Safer at least? That's good. That's good. I'm glad. I am really glad for you. Whew. Here we go. We're finally approaching the insanity. Welcome. Welcome, one and all.
Welcome, welcome, one and all. Come and join us for fun and games.
Yes, to the future site of the we don't want to have this go slow space elevator material construction site. So instead, I'm going to automate most of the pieces I need finally. I should have done this ages ago. And you can see I've already gathered a bunch of materials. This was most of what today was about. Getting all of that set up and getting some of this figured out. Wow. We could have waited for the train. We beat it back by only like a few moments. Uh well. And that said, we still have to get over to this area here to hit oil for rubber and for petroleum coke. We still need to make it down here for deuterium for quick wire. So I need one. I could go that one, but I want the pure if I can help it. That'll be better for me. And those are the last few things we need, and then I can start working on the machines themselves, and I'm looking forward to that. But let me actually show you the actual like lines a little bit up close. That's the elevator down. I love it. You slam your head into the glass wall when you leave the elevator, but hey, the pioneers have strong heads. We're fine. Everything's fine. Whoops, other direction. I got lost for a moment. And this way, when it's time for me to start the game up again, I'll know exactly where I am. So this will make my life a little bit easier. Well, this is a perfect opportunity, I feel. I think that was the correct thing. So, our friend here, as you can see, is having some issues with procuring food because of an awful situation. So, folks, if you can spare a little bit to help our friend Tegan eat, please do so. But yeah, this is what I've been up to, making this glorious little piece. Look at how pretty it is. I'm so happy it came out so nice. I also pulled down a mod finally that gives me unlimited fuel in my jetpack once I load it once. So that's been a nice too. Does stuff like this take a little longer than just kind of like running your lines haphazardly? Yeah. But ultimately, in the end, it's worth it.
Well, that
Because,
magma method certainly got stretched out. Sorry, I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3, and a
no
magma
worries.
method's corpse seems to have glitched into the ground.
uh, wow. Wow. That's something else.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean, that's what happens when you mess with my party. You get
that is
beaten
true.
so badly, your corpse ends up being liched into the ground and stretched into bits.
Yeah, that'd do it. That'd do it. Okay, we're gonna actually gonna call the game here. It is a little past midnight. I usually don't like to go much longer than midnight on Saturday nights for reasons of needing to be up early Sunday mornings. So I am going to go find us a raid target.
Have a good night, Astral.
Thank you, thank you. Same to you, friend. Same to you. Very nice. Okay, so let's see who's on. Please bear with me and stick around while I find somebody to raid. I would love to share some of this with all this love, all this support with somebody else tonight. And if you give me a few moments, I will be willing to look into suggestions as well, as long as nobody like really stands out to me off my list of people. We rated Frosty Wednesday. Tales of Berseria. Our Fae was cool, but I'm not really in the mood there. Hmm,
Hmm.
there is Issa. Maybe. Let's see what she's up to.
I can suggest a raid target.
I'm willing to consider. Oh my.
Professor Tetsuo VT.
I think the person's on my list. What's Professor Tetsuo up to?
Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay.
He's a friend of mine.
I know the name is familiar to me. I'll have to go there manually because I do not seem to have said individual on my list. But that's not a big deal. Could you spell that or get that in the chat for me to copy Dragon Soul?
Copy a link. Paste link. There we go.
Okay, perfect. No, wrong. Wrong. Stop. Stop. That's not what I told you to do. Thank you. That's what I wanted you to do. Wow, I didn't think it would work that way. That's weird. Oh, I've been over to them before. Huh. My mouse cursor becomes a hammer. That's interesting. Okay. Let's see. I'm a little more inclined to go for the person I was initially thinking of, in part because of viewer count. Issa's having a much slower night, and I would love to make her day. She often raids in here. However,
Okay.
that said, I will definitely give a shout out to Professor Tetsuo. So, folks, if you want to go check out Dragon Soul suggestion there, and did not already click that link, there is an easy way to give a follow, give a check out, all of that good stuff. But we are going to be going for somebody else tonight. So, if you do not if you do not have a subscription, please use that first message. If you do, please use the second one instead. I'm going to close hers and reload it because I want to make sure I get the spelling correct.
Oh. Holy shit. I'm up to 112 followers.
Very nice.
I didn't realize I'd
Very
reached the
nice.
110 mark. Go figure.
The early numbers tend to surprise you fairly quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, so folks, I am live again tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, possibly a little earlier. It'll depend on my mood. I might, if I'm feeling in good shape, I might start a little earlier. We'll see. Sundays are usually squad survival Sundays. We'll see what we're up to. It might be more satisfactory, in all honesty. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to play that one by ear. That's about all the news that's fit to print at the moment that I can think of. Yeah, that's about all. So thank you for coming around, whether it was for a few minutes or the entirety of the stream. It means the world to me.
Have a good night, everyone. May starlight guide your path.
Indeed, indeed. So have a good rest of your day, night, whatever your time zone may be, and I look forward to getting to see you all again. But until then, folks, ciao. Rar.